Welcome back to Hammer Lords. Tonight we're drop potting straight into hell with the Deathwatch. Before we get into the video, be sure to like, comment any ideas, videos, topics you'd like to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You guys have been killing it. As always, let's get into the video.
The chamber was a shrine to sanctioned hatred. Vaulted arches of blackened adamantium rose overhead, like the ribs of some titanic flayed beast. Cables as thick as a man's torso coiled along the ceiling, trailing censer smoke and the crackling light of lumen globes wrapped in devotional wire. The floor was worked iron etched with hexagrammic wards and the sigils of the Ordo Xenos, every line filled with sanctified ash. Servo skulls drifted on humming grav fields, their bleached crania etched with microscript, their eye lenses glowing a dull red as they relayed streaming data into the hololithic projectors clustered at the chamber's heart. Inquisitor Malchior Dreg stood before the largest of those projections, his hands resting upon the carved iron head of his staff. He was tall for a baseline man and lean as a blade, his dark hair clipped close to the skull, his face a pale mask of ascetic severity. A rosette of black adamantium and gold rested against the breast of his stormcoat, the stylized eye of the Inquisition surrounded by serrated laurels. One eye was flesh and cold intelligence, the other a bionic azure lens, ticking faintly as it focused and refocused on the image turning slowly above the hololith dais. It was a world. The hollow did not flatter it. Flickering, unstable light washed across a sphere shrouded in bruised dark storm belts and roiling cloud formations, the color of congealed blood. There were traces of ancient elegance beneath the filth, ghost shapes of shallow seas and sweeping continental curves, hints of the artistry with which the Eldari had once sculpted their domains. Those hints were drowned now beneath jagged excrescences, mountain chains that should not be where they were, crust upheavals distorted into tortured spirals by forces that had nothing to do with planetary geology. "Canticle of Wounds," Dreg said, his voice carrying easily through the incense-laden air. "Inquisitorial designation, formerly an Eldari, Maiden World, now a sphere of demonic occupation and Third Legion dominion." The gathered Astartes watched in silence. They were giants in black ceramite, each one sheathed in the brutal mass of power armor, silver left arm gleaming where the icon of the Deathwatch grinned in Xenos skull and inquisitorial sigil. They stood in a half circle around the dais, their helms either mag-locked at their belts or lurking behind lowered visors. Every pauldron bore a different chapter badge, picked out in color against black: Blue Omega of Ultramar, Sword Cross of the Black Templars, Snarling Wolf of Fenris, Cog and Skull of the Iron Hands, and others besides. At their center stood Watch Captain Severian Tarsus. His armor was a study in controlled austerity, every surface maintained to parade condition, every purity seal immaculate. The blue of Ultramar imprinted on his right shoulder seemed subdued, as though even that noble color bowed before the black of the Deathwatch. His features were sculpted in the gene-perfect way of his line, scarred here and there by plasma flare and blade strike, his eyes the hard gray of fortress stone under a winter sky. He regarded the turning planet without expression. "Proceed," Severian said. Dreg inclined his head once. He flicked two gloved fingers, and the hollow shifted. What had been a distant, cloud-wrapped orb became a storm's eye descent, passing through the diseased atmosphere in a blur of colors and static until the image stabilized above a continent. It had no name, only designations. Its surface was a sprawling complexity of jagged lines and uneven masses, a tangle of spires and fortresses fused into something that might once have been cities and had become something else. The projection zoomed again, sinking lower, and the nature of those fortresses clarified. They were made of bodies, flesh and bone, carved and flensed and stitched together on a continental scale. Millions upon millions of human forms, twisted and melded into walls and towers, into bastions and battlements, into arches whose curves were formed from chained spines and frozen ribs. Faces stared sightlessly from ramparts, mouths pinned open in silent screams, skulls fused together into crenellations. Rivers of clotted blood had cut new channels through the landscape, drying into dark glass that refracted the leaping warp flames dancing in the higher atmosphere. Someone in the chamber muttered a low curse in a feral dialect. Dreg's bionic eye clicked. These images were gleaned from astropathic echoes and a single surviving rogue trader augury sweep, the Inquisitor said. The veracity of every frame has been cross-checked through multiple mechanisms, both psychic and machine. What you see is not exaggeration. It is not enemy propaganda. It is the truth of this world. The image rolled again, climbing back into the high atmosphere. Orbit filled the projection, dotted by structures that might once have been stations or defense platforms. Now they were shrines. They hung above the world like a crown of blasphemous thorns, each one a tumorous mass of metal and bone, vox arrays sprouting like suppurating growths. Spires of fused hull plates and frozen viscera reached out towards the void, wrapped in coils of sensory filaments that trembled as invisible tides washed over them. In the hololith, ghost light shimmered around those shrines in rippling auroras, threads of color that were not color at all, but representations of the warp's intrusion into real space. These orbital constructs broadcast a continuous waveform, Drake continued. Its exact nature eludes complete Mechanicus analysis. What we do know is this: every astropathic choir within a significant radius registers it as a constant pressure, a song without words, a howl without throat. He lifted his staff. The hololith responded, overlaying the shrines with flickering data runes, lines of Binharic script that meant nothing to mortal eyes. A smaller projection bloomed beside the main sphere, showing an outline of nearby systems, each represented by a pale dot. Red circles spread from canticle of wounds, concentric waves of corruption. In its present state, the waveform dulls astropathic sensitivity and increases the incidence of spontaneous hysteria and suicide among unshielded psychers, Drake said. It has already generated cascading failures in 3 sector-level communication choke points. That is with the engine operating at what the Magi believe is a fraction of its potential output. Severian's gaze did not move from the planet. The engine, he said. Drake nodded. At the core of the world is an Eldari first construction, the Inquisitor said. A Wraithbone nexus, grown deep into the mantle. The Eldar used it as a conduit, a psychic choir stone through which they focused their degenerate arts. When the Third Legion and the servants of Slaanesh took this world, they seized the nexus and remade it. They have spent centuries turning it into what the Mechanicus describe as a choir engine. What was once tuned to the skeins of the Immaterium in the manner of the Aeldari is now corrupt, retuned to the specific resonances of the Prince of Excess. He turned to face the assembled Astartes fully. Ordo Malleus cannot claim sole jurisdiction, Drake said. The heart of this obscenity is a Xenos artifact. The flesh that clothes it is human, but the bone is alien, that places it within the remit of Ordo Xenos, within my remit, and within yours. Silence followed, deep and heavy. The distant rumble of the Vigilant Star's drive cores seemed to pulse louder through the deck, as if the ship itself awaited judgment. Brother Sergeant Callian shifted slightly, chains at his waist clinking. He was a Black Templar, his chapter badge a sword cross on a white field, now dulled against Deathwatch black. His face was hard and all but consumed by scars, a ruin of puckered tissue and old burns through which cold eyes glared like chips of obsidian. This world is a blasphemy in form and song, Callian said. His voice had the edge of a chain blade driven through bone. a realm claimed by the Third Legion, given over to their patron and defiled with alien witch architecture. There is only one fitting course. We should scour it, break its crust with cyclonic fire, and let whatever remains scream its last into the void. Jorund Ironpelt bared his teeth in a wolfish grin, tusked canines glinting in the lumen glow. He was taller even than Severian, the phenotypes of Fenris making him a looming presence even among his enhanced kin. His armor was festooned with pelts and fetishes, the flayed skin of Fenrisian beasts nailed in place beside purity seals and oath scrolls. The wolf head on his pauldron seemed almost to snarl in sympathy. "I say we go down there first," Jorund growled. "Let the fleet keep its judgment until we have taken trophies. I have heard of these noise fiends of the Third Legion. I would see if their heads howl when nailed to my belt." A faint whir of servos accompanied the movement of Ferrum 3V as he inclined his head slightly. The Iron Hands Techmarine's armor was more machine than plate, his black ceramite integuments vanishing beneath a forest of mechadendrites and augmetic limbs. His face was a stark division, one half pale flesh with the hard lines of Medusan heritage, the other a polished metal mask whose red eye pit glowed like a furnace coal. "Heretic construct," Ferrum said, the mechanized undertone of his vox grill lending his words a harsh resonance. "The Eldari chorus stone alone constitutes a rank transgression of acceptable material form. Its integration into a Slaaneshi waveform, amplified through human and post-human flesh, escalates that offense beyond current classification. The engine, the shrines, the surface fortification complexes, and associated bioarchitectural agglomerations must be unmade. Each component must be rendered into unrecognizable slag, ideally at the molecular level." Severian listened without visible reaction to any of them. When they had finished, he raised his gaze from the hollow to Dreg. "You would use the Deathwatch as the blade," Severian said. "Strike at the engine while Imperial forces engage the rest of the pestilence." "Yes," Dreg said simply, "and no. The wider crusade will fall upon the cult populations and the Emperor's children garrisons. Billions of guardsmen, Mechanicus cohorts and navy crews will bleed and burn on and above that world. But the Deathwatch are no mere blade, Captain. You are the scalpel. You are the hand that cuts the infection from the heart." The hollow shifted again, diving towards a region near the equator. Cloud cover peeled away, revealing a vast wound in the planet's crust. A crater that was not a crater. A gaping maw in which impossible angles met in a pattern that made the eye ache to follow. At its base, where molten rock should have seethed, there was instead a vast lattice of pale material, like frozen light, a geometric forest of spires and arches grown from wraithbone and suffused with a sickly radiance. Around it, the rock was fused into glass by energies that had no place in reality, and around that glass writhed structures of flesh and metal like tumors metastasizing from an open sore. "This is the World Choir Nexus," Dreg said. "Our Magi estimate that the choir engine proper occupies a volume equivalent to a hive sprawl. Surrounding that core is a shell of human biomass, cultists and captives integrated as living resonators. Their pain, their terror, their degradation, all shaped into the raw sound that feeds the engine. That sound is then carried through wraithbone channels to the orbital shrines and broadcast into the void." He let the horror of it hang there for a heartbeat. "If the engine reaches full resonance, the Magi predict a catastrophic psychic event on a scale without recorded precedent," Dreg said. "Astropathic choirs within several adjacent sectors will die or go mad. Worlds will feel it. Untold billions of souls, unshielded, will buckle under the pressure. Some will perish outright. Some will fall to the worship of the Prince of Excess. Entire populations will be reaped without a single traitor firing a weapon. The song will do the killing for them." The hololith hummed. Servo skulls whispered. Somewhere deep in the ship's structure, the distant thunder of macro cannon loading drills thudded like the beating of a god's heart. Severian's eyes were shards of ice. "What is our objective?" he said. "Penetrate to the World Choir Nexus," Drake replied. "Infiltrate the perimeter, breach the Wraithbone core, and silence the engine by any means necessary. The Ordo Xenos has provided you with certain devices and data patterns that may enable its destabilization. Failing that," he let that hang for a moment as well, then inclined his head towards the deck, towards the vast bulk of the Vigilant Star. "Failing that, we reduce this world to a cinder. Exterminatus has been authorized as a contingency. If the engine cannot be silenced, the planet will die." He said it without triumph, without relish, simply as a statement of fact. Callion's eyes burned. "If the planet burns, it will be a righteous flame," the Black Templar said. "I swear upon the blade of my fathers, Inquisitor, no corrupted soul will leave that surface alive, not one, not even if they wear your rosette upon their breast." Joran snorted, the sound somewhere between amusement and contempt. "Let it burn," the wolf said, "but only after we have taken what is owed. I will have my share of 3rd Legion heads before your torpedoes fall." Ferrum's mechadendrites clicked and flexed, each tipped with Auspex probes or servo tools. "I will require direct access to the Wraithbone core to deploy the kill patterns inscribed upon the machines you have provided," he said. "I will also require time and a degree of protection. While I work, the Deathwatch must hold against whatever defenses the choir engine can muster. Maximal resistance probability is above 90. Acceptable." Severian said nothing, but he inclined his head the barest fraction, accepting their oaths and conditions alike as he accepted the coming slaughter. "The kill teams are already assembling in the launch bays," Drake said. "You will lead Kill Team Moors, a multi-chapter spear formed for this purpose. Every brother selected has faced the ruinous powers before and survived. Some have seen the 3rd Legion's excesses firsthand. They understand what must be done." The hollow dimmed slightly, as though the world itself were withdrawing into shadow. The chamber's lumen globes flickered, throwing momentary darkness across scarred faces and iron masks. "Understand this also," Dreg said. "If you fail, if the engine cannot be silenced, or if your deaths do not buy sufficient disruption, I will give the order. The choir will be drowned in planetary death. Guard, Deathwatch, Civilian, Cultist, Astartes, all of them, all of us, if necessary. The Imperium will not allow that song to reach full voice." Severian nodded once. "Then we will not fail," he said. The Inquisitor's bionic eye clicked again. For a moment, the hololith showed Canticle of Wounds as a whole once more, a sickening jewel spinning in the dark, crowned with its shrines and wrapped in storms that glowed with soul light. Far away, on a different kind of ship, another eye watched a different hollow. The strategium of the ecstatic dirge bore no resemblance to the Vigilant Star's austere chamber of duty. Where the Deathwatch cruiser was a fortress of iron and faith, the flagship of the Emperor's Children was a palace grown inside a corpse. The walls were layered in lacquered flesh, stitched into swirling patterns that mimicked the geometry of sound waves, their underside a tapestry of nerves that trembled to the ship's every motion. The deck was black glass beneath a thin sheen of blood, warm and ever fresh. Columns of bone and polished steel rose towards a vaulted ceiling in which living men were encased like insects in amber, their eyes and mouths sewn open, their vocal cords wired into vox relays. Lord Captain Ethan Lyriades reclined upon a throne that was half command chair, half execution frame. Cables ran from the armrests into the skin of his wrists, feeding him a constant trickle of data and sensation. His armor was an archaic pattern, adorned with fluting and filigree, its surface lacquered in rich purple and beaten gold. The paleness of his face bordered on the inhuman, flawless and untouched by age, framed by hair the color of fresh spilled wine. His eyes, augmented far beyond human range, gleamed with shifting colors as he watched the hollow. It was the same world, canticle of wounds, but viewed from another angle and with other senses. To Lyriades' sight, the storms that swathed it were beautiful, each lightning flash a different note in an endless, complex chord. The orbital shrines sang to his expanded senses, great organs whose pipes were made of atmosphere and human throat, their sound as sweet as any choir of angels. A low moan shivered through the chamber, then rose into a ragged scream. It trembled the throne under Lyriades and sent a pleasant ache through his bones. Along the walls and beneath the deck, thousands of captives wired into the ship's nerve grid found their voices pulled into greater exertion by cruel impulses that skittered along the control circuits. "Tune them," Lyriades murmured. The command was barely louder than a breath, but the dirge heard. Pain surged along conduits. Knives descended from concealed housings, scraping across exposed nerves. Vox thorns punched deeper into vocal cords. The screams rose, overlapping, harmonizing, threads of terror braided into a richer sound. The hololithic relay of Canticle of Wounds flickered as the ship's own song fed back into the representation, turning stormlight into rippling color. "Better," Lyriades said. Virel Narkist stood at the edge of the throne dais, his armor a riot of disturbing artistry, purple and gold, yes, as befit a scion of the Third Legion, but overlaid with delicate etchings, flensed skin pennants, strings of finger bones that chimed against one another in minor keys as he moved. The grill of his helm was broad and flared, studded with harmonic veins. His primary weapon, a sonic blaster grown into the shape of some predatory instrument, rested mag-clamped across his chest, its multiple muzzles twitching in response to distant sounds only it could hear. "You hear it, my lord?" Narkis said. "The shiver in the lower registers? They come. The corpse god's fleet. The crude thunder of their drives fouls the outer harmonics already." Lyriades smiled faintly. "I hear it," he said. "A new motif, a new voice seeking to impose itself upon the work." Keladar the Attuned hunched beside a bank of living consoles, his warpsmith's frame twisted and burdened with augmetics that groaned under their own obscene weight. Mechadendrites tipped with razors and syringes flailed and twisted around him as he manipulated the wired-in psyker brains that formed the ecstatic dirge's core cogitators. His armor hissed and rattled with the exhalations of demonic engines grafted into its power units. "Crudely loud," Keladar grated, his vox emitter turning the words into metallic screech. "But loudness can be shaped. Their arrival will drive the choir engine towards crescendo. If the occupant of the throne has dispatched a crusade, we will have fresh voices to add to the song." Lyriades drank in the prospect, as a connoisseur savors the bouquet of a new vintage. "An imperial crusade," he said softly. "The faithful, the terrified, the indoctrinated. So many rigidly bound souls, all ready to break if the note is struck just so." He dragged one hand free of the throne's interface, long enough to gesture lazily at the hollow. "Let them come," Lyriades said. "We will show them what their piety has bought. We will let them hear what their lives are worth. The engine is ready?" Keladar's mechadendrites flexed in a gesture that might have been a bow. "The world choir burns, master," the warpsmith said. "The wraithbone sings with stolen voices. The demons caper in the resonance nodes. When your command is given, the song can swell to 1,000-fold its current might." "And the Deathwatch?" Narcissist asked, a note of eager malice undercutting his mockery. "The black-armored executioners of the Ordo Xenos. Will they be among this crusade?" Lyriades' smile widened by a fraction. "Of course they will be," he said. "The corpse god's servants are predictable instruments. They hear a discordant sound, and they send their choirs to drown it. They cannot help themselves. They will come, and they will try to cut out our tongue." He leaned back against the living throne, letting the agony of 10,000 bound captives wash through him in waves. "And when they stand upon my world, breathing the air of a former Aeldari paradise, turned to ash for my pleasure, when they look upon fortresses sculpted from their own kind, when they hear the choir engine's true voice at last." Lyriardi's eyes shone. "Then, Virel, you will play for them, you and your brothers. You will show them what a song can do to flesh and ceramite alike." Narkist bowed, one hand pressed theatrically to the chest plate that had once borne the eagle of a loyalist legion, and now bore only the serpentine sigils of the Prince of Excess. "It will be a performance worthy of remembrance, my lord," the noise champion said. Lyriadi's gaze returned to the turning image of Canticle of Wounds, the hell world he had helped sculpt over long, beautiful centuries. He could feel the choir engine's faint pull even here, a whisper at the edge of hearing. Soon it would be more than a whisper. Soon, when the Imperial fleet entered the circle of his shrines, and their astropaths and officers and common voidsmen added their fear and pain to the background consonants, the engine would climb towards true strength. Above that world, aboard the Vigilant Star, Inquisitor Malchior Dreg watched the same sphere, and saw none of the beauty Lyriades delighted in. He saw only a threat measured in souls. "Tens of billions of mortals," Dreg said quietly, more to himself than to the assembled Astartes. "Press-ganged slaves, broken remnants of planetary defense forces, generations, raised in a single note of worship, all tuned to the same ruinous chord. A few thousand traitor Astartes to rule them, and an uncounted host of demons woven through the whole, a world of weaponized agony." His flesh eye closed for a moment. The bionic remained fixed on the planet. "If we succeed," Dreg said, "we will silence that weapon. If we fail, we will bury it under so much death that even in the warp its echoes will be drowned." He opened both eyes, turned from the hollow, and met Severian's gaze head-on. "I have told you what you need to know," he said. "Now take your brothers. Take Kill Team Moors. Make ready for war. The crusade will begin as soon as we translate into position. The Deathwatch will fall with the first wave." Severian nodded once, the motion spare and precise. "As you command, Inquisitor," he said. "We will cut out the heart of their song, or die upon the blade." Callian slammed his fist against his chest, in a gesture halfway, between oath and challenge. "By blade and bolter," the Black Templar growled. "By oath and hate, not one corrupted voice will leave that world alive." Joran's grin was a scar in his beard. "And if the planet burns beneath us," the wolf rumbled, "we will die with our boots in traitor blood and our hands full of their throats." Ferrum's servo limbs flexed and clicked, eager to taste alien wraithbone. "Engine analysis will commence upon contact," the Tech Marine said. "Destruction will follow. The form of that destruction is immaterial. The outcome is all that matters." Dreg watched them go, black giants striding from the strategium, silver arms gleaming, each of them sworn by fresh oaths of moment to this grim labor. When the last of them had passed beneath the archway, the Inquisitor turned back to the hololith one final time. Canticle of Wounds turned slowly in the dancing light. "If you will not be silent," Dreg murmured to the distant world, "we will teach you how to scream properly." Then he dimmed the projection, and somewhere deep within the Vigilant Star, the launch klaxons began to howl. The warp spat them out above Canticle of Wounds like a curse. Reality tore, howled, and reknit itself as the Crusade Armada slammed into real space. Translation shock made the void shimmer, like oil upon black water, as dozens upon dozens of Imperial capital ships arrived in staggered waves. Battleships with prows carved in the shape of Aquilas and saints, grand cruisers bristling with macro batteries, mass conveyors and troop transports swollen with the weight of entire populations conscripted for war. Escorts prowled between them like lean hounds among lumbering behemoths, lances ready, torpedo tubes yawning. Every one of those grey and gunmetal giants carried decks upon decks of humanity. Hundreds of billions of guardsmen pressed into service from 1,000 worlds. Countsmen and hive scum, agri-serfs and habblock, thugs, all boiled down into the same drab flak, the same battered lasrafals, the same prayers whispered into recycled air. Their collective fear and fervor bled into the warp like a fresh wound. And among them, smaller than some transports yet far more deadly, glided a ship painted black as a monastery's oubliette. Vigilant Star slid from the rent in reality with predatory grace, her prow adorned with the sigils of the Deathwatch and the Ordo Xenos, her lances hooded for now, her engines trimmed for stealth rather than glory. Against the bustle and roar of the larger vessels, she was a slim dagger, dark and sharp, tucked among the bulkier hulls like a knife hidden under plate armor. The translation shockwave rolled outwards. For a heartbeat, the armada hung in the cold, like a mural cut from the wall of some imperial basilica. Then auspexes flared, machine spirits screamed, and the void filled with enemy song. It came in through every channel at once. On the bridge of the battleship Indomitable Fury, Vox arrays bloomed with jagged green light and then bled crimson as the incoming transmissions overloaded their safety limiters. Choir pits trembled, the robed astropaths within arching their backs in unison as unseen fingers clawed across their minds. The first sound was laughter. It rolled through the ether in 1,000 voices, all layered upon one another, rising and dipping, male and inhuman, sobbing and jubilant. Underneath that came shrieks, the tearing wail of tortured throats, the creak of straining metal, and the wet pop of bursting organs. None of it was random. All of it was arranged around a deep, droning note that only psychers could perceive, a bone-deep hum that made the air taste of copper and spoiled meat. The laughter twisted into a symphony. Strings of flayed nerve twitched in rhythm. Vox spirits groaned. The ship's machine spirits howled as scrap code invaded, a blizzard of corrupted Binharik riding the sound like parasites. On a carrier wave, Auspex screens flickered. For a few terrible heartbeats, every pick feed on the Indomitable Fury showed not canticle of wounds, but screaming faces, eyes pulled wide by invisible hooks, mouths stretched until lips tore. Ratings clutched their ears, even though the sound came from within their skulls. Blood spurted between their fingers, trickled from nostrils, welled up in their eyes and ran in red tears down their cheeks. Men dropped to their knees, convulsing as their nervous systems were overclocked beyond endurance by sonic stress. Some of them died that way, hearts hammering themselves to rags in their chests. "Kill the feed! Cut the bastards off!" roared Admiral Harcus Vale, his voice almost lost in the cacophony. He stood at the command pulpit, boots planted wide on the etched brass of the deck, cloak of rank flaring around him as the ship shuddered. Glimmering hollow runes swarmed around his head, showing distorted images of the fleet, the enemy, the world below, all jittering in time with the invading signal. His augmetic eye whined as its spirit fought to keep integrity, a spider web of warning sigils blooming across his vision. Vox officers clawed at rune slates, croaked prayers to their abused instruments, tried to layer shielding protocols over the shrieking interference. Mechanicus adepts barked Binharik counterchants, unleashing wave after wave of liturgical code to blunt the incoming scrap storm. The first return picked finally cleared, as though some invisible hand had wiped away the smear of blood and static. An enemy ship slid into view. It was beautiful. That was the first thought that rose, unwanted in Vale's mind. Sleek and predatory, the Emperor's Children cruiser glided through the void like a serpent carved from polished bone and beaten gold, its hull a riot of Baroque ornamentation. Gun decks flared with stained glass and lacquered brass. Vox masts twisted from its spine in the shapes of flayed angels, their wings wrought from arrays of dish antennae. Along its flanks, organ pipes of gilded metal jutted where ordinary vessels bore simple cooling vents. They sang. As the indomitable Fury's machine spirits watched, those organ pipes pulsed. An invisible wave crashed across the void. No particle nor identifiable energy, but a sonic event nonetheless. A rippling distortion that made the battleship's void shield shiver like stretched skin. The cruiser's macro batteries fired in that same instant, broadsides of mass-accelerated shells leaving the gun muzzles in perfectly timed salvos. The thud of their discharge became percussion to the cruiser's screaming aria. "Emperor's breath," Vale whispered. "They are broadcasting their sins." More ships slid into Auspec's range, a whole fleet of them, purple and gold and obscene, sliding from behind the limb of Canticle of Wounds like insects emerging from beneath a scab. Grand cruisers, strike-craft carriers, raiders shaped like jagged shards of broken hymns. Their Vox output rose as they came, weaving into the chorus, each hull adding its own voice until the void itself seemed to throb. On the ecstatic dirge, Lord Captain Ethan Lyriades watched the same space unfold in a very different light. The command gallery of his flagship was awash with color beyond mortal range. The data feeds from the ship's sensory organs translated into visual symphonies only his refined augmetics could fully appreciate. Imperial ships bloomed into being as bursts of harsh uniform tones, blocks of sound as rigid and joyless as parade drills. Their engine flares were drumbeats. Their Auspex pings were clipped, nervous flutes. "Ah," Lyriades murmured. "Listen to them. All order and fear. They are so certain of their place in the song. It will be exquisite to show them how wrong they are." He flicked one finger. Control impulses flowed down into the dirge's nervous system, through cabling, grafted into tortured psyker brains and cogitator stacks of ensorcelled brass. Orders rippled outward. "We will not merely break them," Lyriades said. "We will compose something worthy of this moment." Across the Emperor's Children formation, signal flags of coded sin fluttered in the warp. Engines flared and turned. The traitor fleet unfolded like a flower blooming in slow, lethal motion. Ships sliding into new vectors with the elegance of ballroom dancers taking their places. Their drives pulsed in time, each course change snapping into place like a new stanza. Macro batteries elevated in unison. Torpedo tubes yawned open. "Establish dueling pattern 7, Lyriades said. "Virel, you will take your serenaders forward. Touch the foe, taste their response, give me a motif." "At once, my lord," came the reply, rich with eagerness. On a wing of escort vessels whose hulls bristled with organ pipes and vox horns, Virel Narcist stood upon his own command, pulpit. Where imperial escorts were grey and utilitarian, his noise-equipped cutters were riots of color and shape. Their prows had been reshaped into leering masks whose mouths housed torpedo doors. Banks of amplified vox emitters protruded along their spines, each one tuned to a different aspect of sonic murder. "Brothers," Virel said, opening a squadron-wide channel. "It is time." Acknowledgements returned, as laughter, as ecstatic moans, as clipped affirmations distorted by countless modifications. "We have a verse from the engine," Virel went on, "a heartbeat from the world. Now we will add a counterpoint of void war. When we are done, the chord will be richer, deeper, stained by the voices of those who thought themselves beyond our song." He raised his hand, though no one could see the gesture, but the servitors wired directly into his station. "Fire lances on my mark," Virel said. 1, 2, 3. Beams of caged stellar fire leapt from the prows of his escorts, spearing across the void in crisp lines of burning light. Each one was accompanied not by the usual crack of discharging capacitors, but by a shrieking crescendo that rippled along the hulls of the attacking vessels, passed into the void through specially tuned emitters, and crossed the gulf as a wall of sound no ordinary auspex could track. On the bridge of the indomitable fury, those invisible waves hit like a hammer. Every gunnery station on the port flank spasmed. Ratings screamed, clawing at their own skulls, as the lance screams tore through bone and brain alike. Vox spirits howled, auspex screens blew out with sharp bangs and showers of sparks. Dozens of servitors seized as their implanted wetware overloaded, the mixture of flesh and processor giving up under stress and boiling in their skulls. Their eyes burst in red geysers. "Void shields holding," croaked a tech adept, blood running down the polished metal of his chin, Vox grill corroded by the pressure of the sound. "For now," Vale snarled. "Return fire, all batteries. Give me a wall of iron. Escorts, move to screening positions. Get the troop ships behind our mass." Across the armada, macro cannon decks lit one after another, turns of manual labor, and the sweat of thousands of loaders, culminating in the titanic crash of shells leaving their barrels. Torpedoes, each one the size of a hab block, streaked from launchers in bright lines. Las batteries carved invisible paths through low-grade ice and dust. For a few heartbeats, the music of the Emperor's children was drowned beneath the thunder of the Imperium. Lyriades laughed. "Drums," he said. "They bring drums to my recital." His own ships replied in kind, but their salvos were timed, spaced, shaped. Macro batteries did not simply fire on reload. They waited, held back a fraction of a moment longer, then loosed in carefully sequenced barrages that turned the natural roar of void combat into something with cadence. Torpedo spreads bent in elegant arcs, their guidance systems tweaked by warp-smith demons so that their plumes traced sigils of the Dark Prince across the stars before impact. The void between the two fleets blossomed with detonations. Bubble shields flared as shells slammed into them, bands of shimmering energy snapping outwards and then collapsing. Torpedoes met point defense in blossoms of white fire. A cruiser died, its engine core pierced, its interior atmosphere erupting in a fan of incandescent gas and tumbling bodies. On Vigilant Star, the killing symphony was a distant rumor. The strike cruiser knifed through the void on a low signature course, her engines trimmed to minimum output, her hull plating cooled to match the background of space as closely as possible. She rode the shadow of a larger troop conveyor, her outline tucked into the greater ship's auspex profile, a remora clinging to the flank of a beached whale. In the launch galleries, kill teams waited in their drop pods, hunched within armored cocoons that stank of oil and sanctified machine sweat. Ceramite creaked as giants shifted their weight, checking and rechecking gear more out of habit than need. Weapons rested in gauntleted hands, bolters with specialist magazines, combi weapons loaded for Xenos and Demon alike, blades honed and kill runes freshly inscribed. Kill Team Moors filled one pod and part of another. Brother Sergeant Callion stood at the heart of his squad, helm clutched in one fist, the other resting on the hilt of his chainsword. Beneath his feet, the deck vibrated faintly to the thrum of the ship's engines and the distant boom of impacts against void shields. He spoke, and his voice was a growl in the cramped space. "You know the target," Callion said. "You know the filth we go to cut down. Speak your oaths." Jorund Ironpelt grinned through his beard, sharp teeth catching lumen glare. "I swear by the wolf that hunts under Assaheim's stars," the space wolf rumbled, "that I will not fall until my claws are wet with traitor blood. I will take the heads of the 3rd Legion's noisemongers and make them howl on my belt until the end of days. By flesh and metal, I vow. Ferrum 3V said, each word etched in static through his vox grill. The engine will be unmade. The alien bone and the human meat around it will be sundered. Any deviation from that outcome is unacceptable. I commit every limb and cog to that purpose. Others spoke, voices low, accents from 100 worlds and 100 chapters mingling in that iron womb. Names of primarchs invoked, oaths pledged to the Emperor, to death, to duty. Severian listened from his own harness, his face turned slightly downward, eyes closed. He did not speak his oath aloud. He had already placed it where it needed to be, in the silence between his clipped answers and the ruthless precision of his preparations. Instead, he listened past the words, past the background thunder of battle, to another sound. In the adjoining pod, wrapped in layered wards and inscribed plates of psi-reactive metal, Librarian Varro Kaya sat with his eyes closed and his mind wide. He had served with the Deathwatch for longer than many chapters, kept a single captain in post. His psychic talent had been tempered on a dozen hellworlds, his soul scarred, but not yet broken by the distortions of the warp. The mark of the Librarius glowed faintly upon his armor's left pauldron, blue sigils shining like ice. Now he felt the song. It pressed against the wards like a tide, a constant pressure of meaning and sensation that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with lust, pain, excess. To most of the fleet, it was a roar of noise. To Varro, it was a cathedral of sound, a vast, layered construction of notes and harmonics, woven from billions of mortal voices, stitched together with demon keening and the echo of ancient Eldari choirs. He heard sorrow, century-old and thin as a ghost, the death cry of the world's original inhabitants, caught and looped, twisted into a bass melody. He heard the wailing of slaves grafted into the planetary architecture, their nerve endings played by the Emperor's children like instrument strings. He heard the disciplined litanies of guardsmen dying on other fronts, their prayers plucked from their tongues by the choir engine and dropped into the pattern as mocking counter-melodies. It sickened him, it fascinated him, it enraged him. He forced his mind to remain cold. He locked each sensation into memory, cataloguing the structure of the song as a tactician would mark the disposition of enemy battalions. Every chord was a possible attack. Every dissonant spike was a potential weak point. Varro, Severian's voice crackled through the private voxlink. Report. Varro opened his eyes. For a heartbeat, the pod around him seemed to shimmer like water, layered with faint outlines of something else, a reflection of the palace of shattered echoes that lay somewhere beneath the world's crust. Then the vision faded. The entire planet sings, Varro said. Every mortal throat is tuned to Slaanesh. The Eldari nexus at the core shapes it. The Third Legion adds ornamentation. But the foundation is the choir engine. If we strike there, we strike the heart of the song. Until then, expect the enemy to shape the void battle as part of their performance. Understood, Severian said. Hold your wards. I will not have you lost before we set foot on that abomination. Outside the small sanctum of the pods, the void war escalated. An Imperial transport, fat-bellied and white-painted, lurched from its assigned position as its bridge crew died in a shower of blood under a fresh noise-lance barrage. Its void shields flickered. A spread of torpedoes, launched from one of Virel's serenaders in an elegant arc, slid through the gap before the generator spirits could recover. They hit along the troopship's spine, one after another, a line of sun-bright fireflies stinging a leviathan. Armor blew outward. Compartments vented to the void in long, ragged gouts of atmosphere. Men and equipment spewed silently forth, tumbling into the black arms and legs pinwheeling in soundless horror. In the Vox grid, a scream surged. 5 billion conscripted infantry, stacked in layer upon layer of habdecks and barracks, found their last moments ripped from their throats by the violence of uncontrolled decompression, by firestorms in enclosed holds, by the shock of collapsing decks. Some were incinerated in an instant, bodies turned to steam. Others were hurled into the void, blood flashing as it boiled away, eyes freezing in their skulls as the cold took them. The troop ship's cogitators, wired into the choir engine by tendrils of warp plasm, caught that outpouring of terror and pain and shoveled it down the line into canticle of wounds waiting core. To the Emperor's children, it was a gift. On the ecstatic dirge, banks of auspex relayed the dying transport's signal as a brilliant flare of tone. Keladar translated the numbers into harmonies. Lyriades inhaled as though he could taste the loss upon the air. "Lovely," he murmured. "Do it again, Virel." "With pleasure," the noise champion replied, and his escorts wheeled, chasing new prey, their organ pipes wailing. Amid the tumult, Vigilant Star rolled. Macro shells slid past her hull close enough that the wake of their passing rattled her plating. Explosions flared ahead, abrupt suns blossoming in the dark. A frigate died a few 100 kilometers off her starboard bow, its reactor finally overloading. Its death, a spreading sphere of plasma that spattered against the Deathwatch cruiser's forward shields in a wash of ionized particles. The ship's machine spirits hissed, then regained composure, keeping emissions low, keeping her profile masked under the larger noise of the conflagration. In one of the ship's cogitation shrines, Ferrum 3 Phi hung in a web of cabling and interface spikes, half his body submerged in a glowing tank of lumens and blessed oil. Mechadendrites plugged into the Vigilant Star's data stacks as easily as a man might slide fingers into a glove. Streams of Binharic code roared through him, hotter than any plasma. "Belay altitude drift," he intoned in the cant of Mars. "Maintain relative position in the wake of primary mass conveyors. Mask signal bleed beneath their auspex signatures. Cross-reference enemy targeting patterns. Project barrage envelopes." The engine seers attending him chanted responses. Together they built a lattice of expectation, mapping where the Emperor's children were most likely to concentrate their fire, and slipping the Deathwatch ship between those nodes like a blade sliding past ribs. Encrypted bursts of code flowed to the helm. Vigilant Star rolled again, diving a fraction, then climbing, adjusting her vector by the smallest of margins. To an outside observer, she seemed caught in the general dance of void combat, another cruiser jostled by shockwaves and the need to avoid burning hulks. But in reality, she traced a knife-thin course through the chaos, always skirting the shadow of larger ships, always seeking the line that would take her down towards atmosphere. In the Strategium, Inquisitor Dreg watched the patterns unfold. Hollow icons crawled across a representation of the system, Imperial sigils in blue, traitors in sickly purple. Lines of predicted movement spider-webbed between them, updated second by second as new impacts and maneuvers changed the situation. He saw the dead troopship wink out, its icon dimming to a dull red skull. An adept servo quilled casualty estimates beside it, meaningless numbers stacked upon meaningless numbers. "Admiral Vale," Dreg voxed, cutting across the already crowded command channels with the authority of the Rosette. "You will maintain contact. The Crusade must keep the traitor fleet engaged." Vale's answer was breathless, harried, his words punctuated by the impact thuds of fresh hits. "We are engaged whether we wish it or not, Inquisitor," the Admiral said. "I will hold as long as my guns can spit fire. What of your specialists?" Drake's gaze flicked to the smaller icon of Vigilant Star, slipping ever closer to the contaminated world. "They are in position," Dreg said, opening a channel. In the launch bay, klaxons blared a long, rising howl. Maglocks released with heavy clunks. Hydraulic arms hissed and swung away. A thin tremor ran through the drop pod harness cages as power flowed into their systems. Severian opened his eyes. The pod around him seemed suddenly smaller, the ceramite walls closing in, the bolts and ward sigils crowding his vision. "This is Severian," he said into the squad channel. "Kill Team Moors. Prepare for launch." "Acknowledged," Callian growled. "We are ready." Joran's laughter crackled over the Vox. "About time," the wolf said. "I have grown tired of listening to the traitor's music. I would rather make my own." Ferrum's voice came through calm and metallic. "Trajectory solution calculated," he said. "We have a narrow window. An Imperial cruiser on the outer flank is in critical condition. Its descent vector will take it into the upper atmosphere of the target world. If we launch as it falters, we can use its hull and debris wake as cover." Varro spoke last, his tone steady despite the distant pounding of the choir in his mind. "I will shroud us as best I can," the librarian said. "The enemy's attention is upon the fleet. We must move before they listen more closely." Drake's voice cut in, dispassionate, utterly focused. "Watch Captain Severian," the Inquisitor said. "The window is now. You will launch under the shadow of the dying cruiser, make planetfall, reach the Nexus. If you are detected, you will not be reinforced. If you falter, there will be no extraction. Do you understand your orders?" Severian's lips thinned. "We understand," he said. "Kill Team Moors will proceed." "Then go," Drake said. "The Emperor watches. The galaxy listens. Silence that song." The deck lurched as Vigilant Star altered course, chasing the faltering outline of a grand cruiser whose prow was already dipping, engines flaring erratically as damage overwhelmed its systems. Fire blossomed along its spine. Atmosphere vented in great, boiling gouts. Slowly, majestically, it began to die, its vast tonnage dragging it down towards Canticle of Wounds like a falling cathedral. In the launch bay, there was a momentary, perfect stillness. The death song of fleets and the howl of mad choirs faded for a heartbeat. Then the launch siren screamed. Grav clamps released. Explosive bolts detonated. In a thunder of liberation, the drop pods spat from their cradles, slammed into the void, and fell toward the hell world below, riding in the fiery wake of a burning giant. The drop pod screamed as it fell. Metal howled under the stress of re-entry. Superheated air clawed at the ceramite hull, stripping paint, hardening plates, turning the outer skin of the pod into a sheath of incandescent fury. Inside, harnesses creaked and locked, restraining giants in black armor as gravity tried to tear them free. Red lumen runes strobed within the cramped interior. Impact timers counted down in glowing lines of script. Auspex slates flickered, showing jittering images taken from the pod's external picked eyes. Those images were madness given form. Canticle of Wounds' sky was a storm of fire. The polluted atmosphere boiled with the scars of orbital bombardment. Titans of flame clawed upwards from the surface as macro shells the size of Hab towers struck, detonating with such force that the shockwaves leapt all the way into the upper air. Those waves battered the falling pods, jarring them sideways, making their descent paths jitter and twist. Beyond their own tiny hull, Kill Team Moors saw a rain of steel and ceramite. Thousands upon thousands of drop pods screamed earthward in burning arcs, trailing tails of plasma and debris. Behind them, bulkier silhouettes fell. Landing craft packed with armor and men. Tank carriers bearing whole companies of Lehman Russ hulls, like broods of metal beetles. Their heat shrouds made them look like meteors, streaking towards different continents, towards other hive sprawls and fortress complexes. Each of those pods carried regiments. Each regiment carried tens and hundreds of thousands of men. There were so many that, for a moment, the sky itself seemed to be on fire from the mass of human flesh, wrapped in steel and hurled down into hell. In the lead pod of their little cluster, Severian Tarsus watched the external feed without visible reaction. The lines of his face did not change, as one stream of icons flared too bright, ruptured, and winked out, marking another transport destroyed before its troops ever even saw the ground. He saw whole cohorts erased in an instant and filed it away in that quiet place where he kept numbers, casualty projections, the calculus of necessary loss. Atmospheric density increasing, Ferrum 3V's voice rasped over the squad vox. Pollutant content in the upper air is extreme. Ash, chem residues, particulate matter from prior bombardments, all of it vibrating in response to the choir engine's output. It is as though the planet itself is humming. Let it sing, Jorund Ironpelt growled, chained into his harness opposite Severian. We will teach it to scream properly when we hit dirt. Callian bowed his head, eyes closed, lips moving in a whisper that only his own vox pickups would catch. Litanies of hatred, flow after flow of old high Gothic vows, translated into the simple, brutal emphasis of his chapter's tongue. Each phrase an oath, each oath another chain binding his will tighter to the purpose of the Emperor's war. The pod lurched sideways, slamming him against his harness. Warning runes blazed amber, then steadied. Shockwave from an orbital detonation, Ferrum said, still flat, still calm. Compensating. Impact solution remains within acceptable parameters. Varokaya sat with his eyes closed, his gauntleted fingers wrapped so tightly around the haft of his force staff that the leather creaked. The psychic wards etched into the pod's interior boiled with ghost light, reacting to forces no mortal sense could perceive. Outside, the planet's song hammered against them. It was louder now. On the edge of space, the choir engine's emanations had been a distant pressure, an ache behind the eyes. Here, plunged through boiling cloud banks streaked with unnatural lightning, it was an omnipresent howl. Every molecule of the air vibrated to its influence. The wind carried threads of endless screaming and ragged laughter. The cloud vapors tasted of iron and burned meat. Varro felt the voices of billions writhe against his mind, not individually, never as individuals, but as a single churning mass of need and pain, shaped into the crude outline of a hymn to Slaanesh. He bared his teeth, a rare trace of emotion cracking his usual reserve. Hold, Severian said quietly, as much to his librarian as to the rest. Impact in moments. External auspex showed the target as a vast rising shape breaking through the low, polluted cloud. At first it looked like a typical hive silhouette, layered spires, industrial stacks, outer hab rings. Then the picture resolved further, and the logic of it fell apart. Resonant Hive was less a city and more an instrument. The outer walls were formed from tiered ranks of hab blocks, but their windows had been sealed and their interiors hollowed out, leaving only vast, empty shells. Those shells had been cut and flensed until they formed stepped tiers of echo chambers, open to the central bowl of the city. Spires that had once housed spire nobles and administratum offices had been rewrought into organ pipes, their surfaces smooth and curved, their tops flared into horns that thrust up into the poisoned sky. Between those towering pipes, webworks of cable and meat hung like drooping vines. Quivering membranes had been stretched over chasms to act as drumskins, their surfaces shuddering as distant impacts set them pulsing. Sound was not a byproduct of this place. It was the intended purpose. The hive was an amphitheater carved from the bones of a world. Kill Team Moore's pods screamed in towards the outskirts, targeting a manufacturum district that had once been a place of industry and was now just another wall of the great bowl. Brace, Callian snarled. The impact hit like the fist of a god. The pod slammed down hard enough to crater the fused ground beneath it. Internal restraints locked, then released in sequence as the inertial dampers whined and died away. Dust and smoke billowed up past the external pict slits, thick and cloying, glowing with reflections from the fires that burned throughout the district. Before the tremors had even fully passed, explosive bolts fired. The pod's frontal hatches detonated outward in their separate blasts, jagged petals of ceramite slamming into the world beyond. Lasfire poured in. Brilliant lances of red and white light stabbed through the drifting smoke, cutting tracks across the interior, sparking from armor, searing across purity seals. Autogun fire rattled in torrents, solid slugs whining and spanging from ceramite plates. The air filled with the stink of burned propellant and ionized air. Callion moved first. The Black Templar surged through, the swirling dust, chainsword in one hand, storm shield in the other. Last rounds splashed against the shield's crackling field, deflecting wild. A heavy stubber round slammed into his pauldron and ricocheted away. He ignored them all. He hit the first rank of cultists like a falling statue. His chain blade roared, teeth biting, coughing as they hit resistive matter. A robed figure screamed as the teeth tore into his torso, shredding flak, cracking ribs, chewing through the wet mass beneath. Blood sprayed in an arc, steaming in the polluted air. Callion bellowed a vow as he ripped the blade free, sending meat and shattered bone fountaining out. "For the Emperor of mankind and the purity of his realm," he shouted. "For every soul defiled upon this world, I will claim 2 in return." Behind him, the rest of Kill Team Moors poured from the pod. They advanced as a black wedge through a storm of Lars and autogun fire, bolters barking, muzzle flashes strobing against their helm lenses. Target runes danced. Every trigger pull took a life. Explosive shells detonated within cultist bodies, flensing them apart, blowing chests open in red fogs, removing heads and limbs with obscene ease. The enemy were everywhere. Tens of thousands of mortals swarmed through the Manufactorum canyons. Some wore tattered remnants of local uniforms, their insignia long since defaced with crude sigils of Slaanesh. Others were garbed in rags, daubed in dried blood, their skin carved with runes, their teeth filed. Many were more than human now, twisted by mutation, sprouting spines, tendrils, clusters of eyes. All of them screamed. They shrieked worship as they charged, asbolts tearing their comrades apart in front of them, and Deathwatch blades opening them up from groin to sternum. They shrieked paeans to the Dark Prince as they died in droves, clambering over piles of their own dead to reach the black giants who butchered them without slowing. Jorund Ironpelt laughed as he went to work. The Space Wolf's heavy bolter spat fat, stub-nosed rounds, its thunder almost lost amid the roar of the larger battle. Each shell exploded, turning clusters of men into clouds of bone fragments and slick pulp. Between bursts, Jorund lunged forward, frost-rimmed claws flickering in arcs of pale light. He smashed aside a mutant with a sweep of his forearm, then drove his talons into the thing's chest, slicing through bone as easily as cloth. Its ribcage opened like a rotten flower. "Sing for me, filth," he snarled, hurling the twitching corpse aside. "Let your last breath be a praise to your own ending." Varro strode at the right flank, force staff crackling with suppressed power. Every few steps, he would gesture, sending a flicker of psychic force out to twist a las round off course, or to detonate a cluster of grenades prematurely, killing the cultists who had thrown them. He husbanded his strength, knowing the true contest of wills was yet to come. These mortals were background noise, static on the edges of a far greater storm. Ferrum 3 Phi advanced with stolid inevitability. Shots sparked from the iron mask of his face and bounced from the ceramite bulk of his chest. His mechadendrites whipped and stabbed, snatching up nearby debris, hurling it as improvised missiles, impaling the occasional cultist who came too close. His bolter spoke in measured bursts, each shell placed with mechanized precision. And at their center, Watch Captain Severian moved like the axis of a grinding wheel. His blade rose and fell, cutting men nearly in half with each blow. His bolter barked between sword strikes, point blank, blowing out knee joints or shattering skulls. He did not shout. He did not curse. He fought in silence, the set of his jaw and the unwavering focus in his eyes, saying all that needed to be said about his hatred. The cultists broke and reformed around them, more bodies always surging in, filling the gaps left by the dead. For a time it was a slaughter, one-sided and inexorable. Then the music changed. From somewhere above, High in the organ pipe spires of the resonant hive, a new sound cut through the constant screaming. It was a single note at first, high and pure, rising out of the bedlam like a shard of crystal. Then it split, fragmenting into a series of descending tones that danced around one another in complex patterns. The effect on the cultists was immediate. They howled, a noise of almost ecstatic joy, and redoubled their efforts. Even those with mortal wounds tried to drag themselves closer to the Deathwatch, leaving trails of viscera on the ground. Their eyes rolled, their bodies shook. "Traitor Astartes inbound," Ferrum voxed, his auspex picking up the distinctive emissions of power armor in motion, elevated positions, upper hab tiers and pipe platforms. Shapes dropped from the heights. They came in a rain of colored armor and contrails of fire, brake jets, flaring as they descended. Jump packs screamed. Sonic discharges rippled the air in their wake. Some touched down in halos of displaced dust. Others landed half astride from cultist ranks, crushing their own followers beneath booted feet without a second thought. Emperor's children. Their armor was lacquered in rich violet and gleaming gold, polished to a mirror sheen, even beneath layers of gore. Every plate was edged, engraved, ornamented. Helms had been reshaped into leering masks, horns, stylized faces, frozen in expressions of bliss or agony. Sensor veins sprouted from their gorgets, their gauntlets, their helm sides, all twitching and tasting the air as though they could drink in sensation, like a physical substance. Cables ran from their power packs into their flesh at wrist and neck, feeding cocktails of combat stimulants directly into enhanced organs. Skin suits beneath their armor were rigged with arrays of needles and actuators, turning each impact of shot or blade into a carefully tuned spike of sensation, tailored to the individual Marine's twisted preferences. Some of them had wired living meat to their armor. Bodies hung from their pauldrons and backpacks, stripped of limbs, reduced to torsos and heads. Tubes connected those torsos to their bearers' armor, feeding blood and stimulant flows, keeping them alive in a state of unending panic. Their mouths were held open with hooks. Their eyes had been removed and replaced with clusters of vox pickups. Each sobbing, wordless noise they made fed through the amplifiers and into the overall soundscape of the warband. The first of these traitor Astartes to land moved with theatrical poise, boots kissing the cracked ferrocrete as though descending onto a stage. Virel Narcissus lifted his helm and drank in the air for a heartbeat, eyes half closed. The stink of charred flesh, chem residues, hot metal, and blood rolled over him like perfume. The distant roar of the larger battle on the hive's far side, the close thunder of Lass and Autogun and Bolter, the shrieks and sobbing of the mortal tide. All of it layered itself in his mind, resolved into lines and bars, into places where a fresher, sharper sound could be placed. He smiled within his helm. "Brothers," he said, voxing his own squad and the other warbands in earshot. "Attend. The curtain rises." He dropped the helm into place, seals locked with a hiss. The sonic blaster grafted into his primary arm hummed, multiple muzzles rotating, tuning themselves through micro-adjustments. Amplifier coils along the barrel glowed faintly, excited in anticipation. Virel raised the weapon and squeezed the triggers. The gun did not roar like a conventional firearm. It sang. Invisible force belted outward in a cone, compressing and decompressing air in patterns that would have made an Imperial sound tech's mind break trying to understand them. The pressure wave hit the frontline mortals first. They simply came apart. There was no clean line of impact. One moment, there were ranks of cultists and the last pockets of guardsmen who had managed to deploy amidst the chaos of the landings, men firing wildly into one another and into the black shapes of the Deathwatch. The next moment, the air where they stood was full of red mist, shards of bone, shreds of torn clothing. Bodies became spray, flesh turned to loose slurry by the sheer violence of the sound. Those on the edges of the cone were not killed outright. They spasmed, their organs jellied in their cavities, lungs bursting, eyes detonating in their sockets. Blood fountained from noses, ears, mouths. Men staggered, caught in the ripples, and collapsed in heaps, twitching as their nerves fired in meaningless patterns. Even the Deathwatch felt it. Armor vibrated, helm lenses crackled, audio dampeners snarled offline and then recovered. Warning runes flashed in the edges of their vision. Behind his helm, Jorund bared his teeth in a snarl that turned into a bark of laughter. "Now that," he said, "is a challenge." Another note followed, and another, each tailored, each aimed. Virel shifted his stance, sweeping his weapon in arcs. Wherever he passed it, men died. Where Deathwatch stood, they endured, but even their enhanced physiology protested. Varro flinched as the first wave of sound struck his psychic wards. It was like being hit in the head with a bell the size of a mountain. Symbols etched into his armor flared, drinking in as much of the pressure as they could. The rest clawed at his mind. He tasted blood. It filled his mouth, hot and coppery. His nostrils ran red. Tiny fractures crackled through the capillaries in his eyes, turning the edges of his vision dark. For a moment, he thought he heard his own bones singing, thrumming in sympathy with the traitor's weapon. He set his feet and forced his staff upright. "Enough!" Varro hissed. He drew in the power of the warp, as a drowning man might draw breath. It fought him, eager to join the song that assaulted the world, to be shaped by Slaanesh's pattern. He would not allow it. Bolts of emerald flame crackled around the head of his staff, then sank inward, vanishing from sight, as he bound them into a more subtle shape. In his mind's eye, he saw the battlefield as a tangle of lines. Sound waves, psychic currents, vox transmissions, the howling of the choir engine in the distant deeps. The shriek of Viral's weapon added another layer, sharp and jagged. Varro stabbed his staff into the ground. A pulse of force expanded from the point of impact, invisible to mortal eyes, blazing bright in the immaterium. It ran outwards in a perfect sphere, sweeping through guardsmen and cultists and Astartes alike. Mortals barely felt it, beyond a momentary pop in their ears and a disorienting flicker. To the warp song, it was a slap. For a handful of heartbeats, the oppressive pressure lessened. The choir engines, howling, faltered, its song shoved back from the immediate area. Virel's next note broke apart, its carefully crafted harmonics scattered before they could fully form. Static hissed in the noise champion's ears. He snarled, more in annoyance than pain. "A psyker," he said. "They have brought a librarian to my stage." "Then silence him," came Lyriades' measured reply over the warband link, the Lord Captain listening from the upper spires, his own enhanced senses savoring the clash below. "But appreciate the novelty. It has been some time since we heard such a clear counterpoint." Varro sagged slightly as the pulse dissipated. Blood dripped from his nose to patter on the cracked ferrocrete. "That is all I can give you for the moment," he voxed, forcing his breathing steady. "Make use of it." Severian needed no further instruction. "Forward," he ordered. "Close with them. Ferrum, find us a way into the hive proper. This killing ground is of their choosing." Ferrum's mechadendrites were already extended, stabbing into a half-melted vox totem that jutted from the street like some obscene growth. Sparks leapt as he overrode demon-tainted spirits, battering them into submission with purged Binharic cant. Data poured into his mind. He glimpsed the hive's inner structures through the tortured eyes of its systems, hab tiers hollowed out and filled with rows upon rows of wired captives, their bodies turned into resonator banks, manufactoria converted into drum halls, where titanic hammers struck plates of living bone, cathedral spires torn down and rebuilt as tuning forks, their bells replaced with flayed lungs that expanded and contracted in time to unheard conductors. And beyond this one hive, there were others. Dozens scattered across the face of the world, each a slightly different variation on the theme of weaponized agony. Between them, seas boiled with chem runoff and war wreckage. Planes churned under the advance of tank regiments and demon cavalry both. Above them all, the shrines in orbit glowed, catching every note, every scream, every final dying prayer and feeding it into the core. He watched guardsmen die, regiments overran by tide surges of mutants, artillery parks drowned under monsoon storms of gore as orbital noise strikes liquefied everything within their blast radius. Whole armored columns silenced as their crews clawed their eyes out and smashed their own skulls against their control panels to escape the song. "All of it is recorded," Ferrum said, his voice quieter than usual, a metallic whisper. "Every scream, every death, every act of defiance. The Vox grid sends it down to the choir engine. It hoards sensation like data. Then we will deny it the sensations of this tier," Severian replied. They had fought forward through the Manufactorum approaches as Ferrum worked, moving in the brief lull Varro had brought them. Now they stood at the edge of a hab stack that had once housed thousands of workers. Its entire frontal wall had been removed, leaving a yawning open space that stared out over the killing ground. Inside, the hab levels had been stripped of partitions. The floors were sagging nets of sinew and bone, stretched between reinforced beams. Slabs of lung tissue quivered in the stale air. Rows of rib cages had been nailed to the ceiling, their open hollows crammed with salvaged Vox units and crude chimes. At the center of every floor, captives had been grafted together into pillars of fused flesh, their torsos sprouting from a columnar core, their heads tilted back, mouths held open with hooks and pins. Cables ran from those mouths into Vox emitters. Each exhalation they made, each raw animal sound wrung from them by the constant stimuli fed through their implants, was drawn into the machinery, amplified, and sent down steep shafts into the deeps. Habtir as resonator, human pain as signal. Callian growled, a low animal sound. "Abomination," he said. "Every breath they take is an insult to the Emperor." "It is a node of the choir engine," Ferrum confirmed. "Destroy it, and we disrupt a fraction of the hive's output. More importantly, we deny the Third Legion the pleasure they take from it." "Any loyal souls still within can be counted as dead," Severian said. There was no hesitation in his voice. "Callian, charges." The Black Templar moved immediately. Melter bombs hung from his belt in a weighted cluster, sanctified seals crackling faintly as they brushed against his armor. He took them in one hand, thumbed their priming runes, and stepped into the open maw of the Habtir. Inside, the captives saw him. They could do little else. Their eyes were pinned open, their heads locked into place. They rolled their gaze as far as they could to take in the sight of the black-armored giant in the doorway. Some tried to scream for help. Only gurgles emerged. Their tongues had been removed, their vocal cords rigged to the machinery, so that the only sounds they could make were those chosen for them by the Emperor's children. Callian looked at them with the flat regard of a man assessing a task. "In another life," he said, more to himself than to them, "I would have offered you a blade and a chance to redeem your souls in the blood of your captors." He walked between the pillars of flesh, the floor sagging and quivering slightly under his weight. Hands, still with nails and calluses, reached weakly towards him as far as their bindings would allow. Some brushed his greaves. He did not flinch from their touch, but he did not slow. "This is not that life," Callian said. "This is a purging." He set melter charges at the structural supports, at the central column of fused bodies, on the Vox cores that pulsed with stolen sound. Each bomb clamped into place with a solid, final click. The bomb casings glowed as their machine spirits awoke, eager to eat. Outside, Severian watched, sword resting point down on the scorched ferrocrete. Virel's warband shifted in the middle distance, Marines in violet and gold incorporating this new sight, into their appreciation of the unfolding performance. Some of them laughed. Others raised their weapons, considering whether to intervene. Virel himself only watched. "See," he voxed to his brothers, "the Black Angels bring their own notes to our choir. Let us hear what tone they will make." Callion stepped back out of the Habtir. The whispering of the captives rose to a ragged babble behind him. No words, just panic, an instinctive animal awareness of some new, final danger. He thumbed his detonator rune. The melter charges sang. For a moment, the Habstack's interior was nothing but light. White-hot fury flared along every supporting wall and through the mass of the central column. Flesh and bone and metal alike boiled. The pillars of captives vanished in a single incandescent instant, their forms reduced to vapor, their last sounds compacted into a single brutal note. The structure sagged. What heat did not consume outright, gravity tore apart. Floors folded, then collapsed, falling inwards in a cascade of molten slag and burning debris. Flames roared up from the hollow, gouting into the grey air. A wave of hot wind blasted across the killing ground, carrying the stink of scorched meat. Varro closed his eyes and listened. He felt thousands of psychic impressions snuff out at once. It was not a pleasant sensation, but there was a rightness to it, a sense of a chord resolved, of something dragged abruptly back from the service of Slaanesh. Ferrum recorded the collapse with clinical satisfaction. "Node silenced," the Techmarine said. "Output reduced. A marginal gain in the grand scheme, but a gain nonetheless." Severian raised his vox, switching to the encrypted band reserved for the Inquisitor. "Dreg," he said. "Initial contact made. Resistance exemplary. Heresy extreme. Purge underway." The return signal was cracked and faint, distorted by atmospheric interference and the constant electronic screaming of the hive. "Understood," Dreg's voice replied, distant and hard as iron. "Proceed to your next objective. The World Choir Nexus lies beneath the central amphitheater. The path will not be straight. The enemy will not yield it, but you must reach it." Severian looked towards the heart of the resonant hive. Far beyond the manufactorum where they stood, the city's core rose like an altar, tiers of organ pipes and echo chambers climbing towards the filthy sky. Sound rolled from it in great visible waves, distorting the air like heat haze. That was where they needed to go. Down through those structures, into the deeps, where the Eldari Nexus had been chained and the choir engine built around it. "We move," he said. Kill Team Moors stepped forward, into the madness, black armor vanishing into smoke, the roar of their bolters and the muttered hiss of their litanies becoming just another layer in the vast, terrible song consuming the world. The world burned in patterns. From orbit, the ruin of Canticle of Wounds no longer looked like a simple planet under assault. The Imperial High Command arrays turned its surface into shifting sheets of color and rune, each representing armies on the move, bombardment zones, casualty estimates. The hololith in the fleet's command sanctum was a roiling storm of icons, blue for loyalists, sickly purple for the foe, and beneath that, a constant creeping grey as land and life alike were erased. A senior tactician intoned the projections with the calm of a man reciting funeral rites. Projected deployment upon planetary surface now exceeds several hundred billions of Imperial assets, he droned. Guard regiments, Skitarii maniples, Legio engines, reserve waves in high orbit, casualty, expectation for first campaign cycle remains above 9 parts in 10 for mortal infantry. Titan losses estimated at 1 in 3. Strategic objective, neutralization of all resonant hives anchoring the choir. He might as well have been naming the dead who had not yet fallen. Across Canticle of Wounds, the war unfolded like a monstrous blossom opening. On one continent, a legio of god machines strode, feet sinking deep into fields of writhing flesh as they advanced on a hive whose spires had been reshaped into colossal flutes. Their volcano cannons tore strips from the city, but every collapse of building and body simply added new notes to the song. On another, Skitarii lines advanced through seas of chemical slime, their augmented bodies shedding droplets that hissed wherever they fell. Around them marched endless ranks of guardsmen, banners snapping in ash-laden winds, faces set in grim determination or hollow terror as they pushed towards the looming silhouette of their assigned hive. Every hive was different, yet all were united by one purpose: to resonate, to take the agony of those who fought and died around them and feed it downward into the buried Eldari nexus, where it would be refined and hurled skyward once more. The admirals and generals saw numbers, the magi saw patterns, the inquisitors saw threats. On Canticle of Wound's surface, Kill Team Moors saw only what was directly in front of their bolters. They had cut a path through the Manufactorum districts, through the initial cultist hordes, and the first probing attacks of Emperor's Children Vanguard squads. Now they pressed deeper, climbing into the resonant hive itself, while the wider battle raged on the outskirts. The hive's lower levels were a maze of collapsed hab corridors, gutted workshops, and crude fortifications built from scavenged machinery and corpse piles. Mechanized guard platoons ground through those choke points, Bane blades and Lehman Russ hulls pushing forward, with barrels blazing, their tracks churning cultists into paste beneath them. The Bane blades' main guns spoke in deafening tones, shells smashing into barricades and fleshy growths alike. Each discharge was swallowed almost immediately by the greater din, becoming just another beat in the hive's monstrous percussion section. Infantry surged after the armor, laser guns cracking, flamers belching gouts of burning promethium, bayonets rising and falling. The Imperial advance on the surface was a grinding, brutal push, aiming to drag the resonant hive down by sheer weight of bodies and fire. Deathwatch did not walk that path. Severian led his brothers away from the main assault routes, following Ferrum's Auspex readings and Varro's witch sense deeper into the structure. They moved through maintenance shafts just wide enough for an Astartes in power armor to pass, through sound ducts built to carry resonance to distant parts of the hive, through shrine chambers that had once been dedicated to the Emperor and had been reclaimed as sanctuaries of the Prince of Excess. The further in they went, the more the walls themselves seemed to vibrate. Callian was first through a narrow bulkhead hatch, stooping slightly as he emerged into a vast space beyond. The others followed, weapons ready, helm lenses flickering as their internal systems adjusted to the sudden change in light. They had entered a cathedral. At least, that was the closest word that human minds could cling to. The vaulted ceiling soared above them, obscured by shadows and smoke. Pillars rose on either side of a central thoroughfare, but they were not carved from stone. They were grown from flesh. Each column was a bundled knot of bodies, their spines fused into a central shaft, their limbs nailed or wired to adjoining forms. Their skin had been flayed in places to reveal looping cables of exposed nerves, which had then been teased out and stretched further, drawn taut between hooks along the ceiling and floor. Those nerves glistened in the dimness, strands of glistening white and red that ran the length of the chamber like harp strings. The air trembled. Callian felt it through his greaves, the faint, almost imperceptible humming of the floor. A low note ran through the chamber, rising and falling, and with each shift the nerves strung along the pillars thrummed. The captives who provided those nerves jerked and twitched, their mouths opening in silent cries as pain flared along their clusters of stolen sensation. At the far end of the chamber stood what had once been an altar. Now it was a dais of muscle and cable, pulsing gently, grafted directly into the floor. Vox horns sprouted from its sides like obscene flowers, their mouths wet and ribbed with cartilage. Above it loomed a stylized icon of Slaanesh, worked in polished bone and plated with gold. Joran snarled, the sound echoing. "They have turned their victims into strings," he said. "They pluck them like instruments." Varro's eyes were narrowed behind his helm lenses. He could feel the psychic resonance of the place, a constant low-grade pressure that set his teeth on edge, as though he were biting on tinfoil. "Their pain feeds the hive's output," the librarian said. "This is a chapel to their engine. Every nerve sings. Every scream is measured and woven." Ferrum moved forward, mechadendrites probing, Auspex units blinking. "The floor hum you feel is not simple vibration," the tech marine said. "It is deliberately induced. Mechanical actuators beneath the decking flex the entire structure in response to commands from higher control nodes. This chamber is both loudspeaker and sensor. When the Third Legion demand more volume, the machine spirits below answer by increasing torque. The victim's nerves record the increased stress, and the system uses that data to refine its output." Callion's grip tightened on his chainsword. "I will refine it for them," he said. "Later," Severian said. "This is not our primary path. We go up. Ferrum, find us a shaft. Varro, keep the worst of this filth out of our minds." They marched on, leaving the cathedral of stretched nerves behind, though its humming presence lingered at the edge of awareness. A short climb through a vertical vent shaft, the metal walls lined with subsonic emitters, brought them into another chamber. This one was smaller, more focused. Banks of twisted machinery lined the walls, their surfaces a fusion of brass panels, flesh, and turned bone components. Cables pulsed with internal fluids. Where control levers should have been, fingers twitching in sockets served as actuators. At the room's center stood Keladar the Attuned. The warpsmith's armor was blackened and scarred beneath the ornate scrollwork and restraint chains, the mark of the Third Legion emblazoned upon his chest. His helmet was a muzzled thing of iron and stained glass, hundreds of lenses arrayed around its crown in a halo of unblinking eyes. Mechadendrites sprouted from his backpack in a forest, each one tipped with a different instrument: knife, injector, soldering torch, flensing hook, data spike. Some were currently buried in the interfaces of the flesh machines around him, siphoning taste and texture from the hive. He stood on a dais grown from pulsing tissue, surrounded by vox relays and shrieking servo skulls, and traced elegant patterns in the air with one long, augmented finger. The hive responded. He felt it in the groaning of its bones and the smothered whimpers of its stolen souls. The resonance profiles scrolled across the interior of his helm, translating psychic sensation into beautiful, clean lines of frequency and amplitude. When Kill Team Moors entered his sphere, he knew at once. It was not sight, nor sound, not at first. It was a discordant mark upon the pattern, a sudden rejection of the established harmonics. Where the rest of the hive's noise followed the shapes he had so painstakingly created over centuries of work, this new presence cut across them like the scar of a poorly executed knife stroke across a fresco. "Ah!" Keladar rasped, Binharic and Low Gothic blending into one grated word. Anomalous input. He sent command impulses through the grafted flesh beneath his boots, down into the excited core of the resonant hive. The hive answered. Sonic shutter gates closed in sequence, altering echo paths. Actuators diverted vibrational energy away from delicate warp attuners and towards redundant baffles. Vox relays turned inward, focusing attention upon the sector where the anomaly had appeared. Keladar watched the data coalesce, forming crude icons that his helm could interpret. Black armor, variances in heraldry indicating multiple chapters, weapon profiles and tactical behavior, marking them as Astartes, Deathwatch. "Interesting," he said. "A discordant note indeed, one that must be corrected." He voxed up the hierarchy, through channels of corrupted Tactica feeds, until his words lapped against Lyriades' awareness aboard the ecstatic dirge. "Lord Captain," Keladar said, "the corpse god's hunters have entered my hive. They introduced discord into the choir." Lyriades' answer was smooth, amused. "Of course they have," he said. "The Order would not be content to watch from afar. You will correct the discord, my attuned. I will not have my masterpiece marred." "Already engaging countermeasures," Keladar replied. "I will send the refined blades, not the rabble." In response to his commands, sealed chambers within the hive cracked open. The elite of the Third Legion stepped forth. Their armor was older than many of the worlds now throwing men into this conflict, handcrafted by artisans whose bones had long since molded. Every plate bore the marks of centuries of combat and subsequent obsessive restoration. Scars etched around, damage enshrined as ornament. They moved with a grace no human dancer could match, balance and power in every step. They did not hurry. Each warrior took a moment to adjust the fine tensioners on his gauntlets, to check the purity of the lubricants in his weapon joints, to taste the air and let the sense of blood and propellant feather across his abused sensory organs. Only when satisfied that the stage was appropriately set did they advance. Narkist walked at their head in one of the spearhead formations, his sonic blaster humming softly. He listened to Keladar's feed as he descended a curved stairwell, armor boots ticking lightly on the metal steps despite their mass. The attune's data was rendered into sound for him, a low murmur outlining the Deathwatch's incursion paths, the intensity of their impact on the hive's resonance. "Narkist," Lyriades' voice breathed in his ear. "Do you hear them down there, clomping through my choir like drunkards at an opera?" "I hear them, my lord," Narkist answered, lips curling in a smile behind his helm grill. Harsh and crude, all percussion and no soul. "The Deathwatch," Lyriades mused, "the Imperium's connoisseurs of alien death, each one a catalogue of Xenos exterminated, corrupted cultures burned, and now here they are, invited to a performance they cannot possibly appreciate. They will not only fail to appreciate it," Narkist said, "they will not survive it." Lyriades laughed softly. "Play well then," he said. "Give me a performance that even they will remember as they die." Kill Team Moors moved through a service tunnel that had once carried dense bundles of fiber optic cable. Now those cables had been replaced with living nerve bundles, pulsing under a sheath of translucent protective gel. Their boots left dents in the stuff as they passed, tearing thin crimson rills. Varro felt the hive's attention narrowing upon them, long before he could put it into words. The sheer volume of psychic noise around them made precise assessment almost impossible, but he could sense vectors of intent drawing closer, threads of awareness focusing like the narrowing of a pupil. "We are seen," he voxed. "The Warpsmith watches us through the hive spirit, elite signatures closing from ahead and above." "Good," Joran said. "I was beginning to tire of butchering their half-finished pets." The tunnel opened suddenly, disgorging them into another vast chamber. This one was circular, its walls lined with tier after tier of alcoves. At first glance, each alcove seemed to hold a statue. On closer inspection, the statues moved. Men, or what was left of them, hung in harnesses, their bodies flayed and stretched in intricate patterns. Wires and tubes ran from their exposed musculature into the walls. Their relocated organs pulsed within clear cages. Their eyes had been removed. Vox inserters had been screwed. Into the hollows instead, black lenses gleaming. The floor was a composite of bone and metal. Every step set up faint echoes. At the far side of the chamber, a group of figures in violet and gold armor stepped out from behind a column and came to a halt. They regarded the Deathwatch with cool amusement. There were no shouted challenges, no bombast. Only a moment of stillness as two very different philosophies of war appraised one another. Then the Third Legion moved. They did not charge. They advanced in measured steps, their formation shifting in smooth, practiced transitions. Weapons came up as if part of a choreographed routine. Bolt guns snapped to shoulders, barrels tracking, sonic weapons raised, coils brightening. Their opening salvo was flawless. Every bolt was placed with intent. Rounds sparked from the Deathwatch's thickest plates, not by accident, but because the enemy wanted to see the flares of impact, to note the brief flaring blossoms of force. The shots that could pierce joints were aimed at exactly the right angles. A few were placed to graze helm crests, cutting purity seals and grazing decorative elements, chipping away at the aesthetic integrity of the Deathwatch's war gear. Callion took a bolt to the rim of his storm shield, the round detonating and sending a spray of ceramite fragments across his helm. He barely felt it. "Forward!" he roared, and met the enemy's dance with his own brutal step. The chamber dissolved into killing. Chain blades howled. Power fields crackled. Bolter fire filled the air with detonations. The Emperor's children fought like artists, every move of blade or barrel calculated for maximum effect. Their footwork was precise, sliding around the Deathwatch's bulk with deft shifts, pirouetting out of the path of swings and then counter-thrusting. Kill Team Moors had no interest in elegance. Severian's sword snapped out, intercepting a blow from a traitor's curved blade, sparks jumping along. Both weapons. He twisted, forcing the enemy off balance, and drove the edge of his boot into the traitor's knee. The joint shattered with a crack. As the Emperor's Children Marine toppled, Severian reversed his grip and brought his sword down, cutting through the purple helm and into the skull beneath, ending him with a single, efficient stroke. Jorund hurled himself into a knot of three, his heavy bolter barking point blank. Two of them disappeared in overlapping sprays of armor fragments and meat. The third slid sideways, too quick, trying to take the wolf at an oblique angle. Jorund pivoted, frost claws flashing, and slashed the traitor's arm off at the elbow. The Emperor's child laughed, even as blood fountained, and tried to turn the momentum of his fall into a low sweep kick. Jorund simply stamped on his chest, pinning him, and tore his head free. Varro's world narrowed to glows and shadows as he deflected psychic probes wrapped in the enemy's song. Sonic bursts tried to disrupt his concentration, but he had known far worse stress. He lifted his staff and hurled a bolt of witchfire into a stack of enthralled civilians near the Emperor's Children's flank. They had been bound together into a kind of grotesque choir stand, mouths wired open, throats studded with implants. Their vocal cords had been tuned to resonate at specific frequencies. When he burned them, they did not die quietly. Their screams rose into a tearing crescendo as the fire licked through them, feeding back into the amplification circuits, turning the entire stack into a short-lived siren that shrieked loud enough to make blood leak from the ears of everyone nearby. The stack collapsed in a cascade of charred bodies and twisted metal, crushing two traitor marines beneath it. Severian spared the fallen mortal forms no more than a passing glance. They were part of the enemy's apparatus now, and nothing more. Ferrum's mechadendrite stabbed into a junction, box in the corner of the chamber, its surface slick with a mixture of machine oil and lymph. He drove his data spikes deep, overriding corrupted protocols and enslaving the local systems. Power nexus located beneath the next 3 tiers, he voxed. The 3rd Legion use it to feed their sound projectors. I can induce a surge. Do it, Severian said. Ferrum chanted Binharic imprecations, his augmetic fingers dancing over rusted panels. The hive's machine spirit bucked and snarled, its demon taint spitting back nonsense in a dozen tongues. He did not argue with it. He forced it. He redirected power from stabilizing circuits into secondary pathways, then into tertiary, then into paths that were never meant to bear such loads. Warning runes flashed crimson along his internal display. He ignored them. Far below, banks of crude bionic implants embedded in captive nervous systems began to glow. In hab tiers and storage levels and half-drowned underways, men who had thought themselves forgotten, twitched as new currents surged through the metal threaded into their flesh. Their limbs jerked, their hearts raced. Heat built in the implants faster than their bodies could shed it. Sweat burst from every pore. Blood vessels near the metal burst. Skin seared where contacts grew too hot. In some, the implants simply melted, slagging through bone and organ. They died in their thousands. Ferrum watched thermal readings spike, then flatten, then vanish as bodies reached catastrophic failure. Localized tremors jittered through the hive structure as shrines and resonator chambers collapsed under the sudden, uncontrolled power dumps. "Power surge complete," he said. "Target sectors neutralized. The song there is quieter." In orbit, Drake watched the data flows from the planet with hooded eyes. The hololith showed an entire section of the hive's interior flicker, lose coherence, and then dim to a dull grey. A tech priest murmured, something about damage to the choir engine's integrity. Dreg's hand hovered over a rune cluster, then dropped. "Ordnance preparation is complete," an adjutant said. "The xenophage payloads are ready for release. Ordo guidelines suggest we reserve such measures for worst-case scenarios, Inquisitor." "This entire world is a worst-case scenario," Dreg replied. "Release them into the lower strata of resonant hive designation, Moore's target. Saturation pattern. The underhive must be cleansed." "Acknowledged," the adjutant said. In the torpedo bays of a nearby cruiser, rows of squat, ugly missiles hung from their racks. Their casings were black, marked with sigils that even hardened munitions crews avoided looking at for long. Each warhead contained a seething, metastable slurry of engineered organisms, creatures designed by magi whose curiosity had long since stripped them of fear. The torpedoes dropped from their housings like grave goods cast into a tomb. They plunged into the atmosphere in controlled falls, their guidance cogitators whispering to themselves in Binharic. They were aimed not at spires or walls, but at the fissures and vents that led down into the hive's lowest reaches, the places where the teeming masses had been crammed. When they detonated, they did not produce the expected hellstorm of fire and shrapnel. Instead, they burst in blossoms of oily mist that clung to stone and flesh alike. The microscopic organisms within woke as they met the air, sensed the heat and the chemical signatures of living bodies, and went to work. Within the underhive, entire districts began to melt. Men looked down in horror as their boots sloughed from their feet, not broken leather, but liquefied flesh and dissolving bone. Screams rose, then burbled, then became wet gargles as mouths caved in. The grey slime spread wherever it encountered organic material, breaking it down into a formless sludge that stank of rot and chemical taint. Cultist strongholds vanished. Improvised shrines fell as their supporting frames were eaten. Mutants with thickened hides and redundant organs lasted longer, only to collapse in heaps as their resilience simply gave the invaders more to consume before finally exhausting themselves. Above it all, the song changed key. Entire sections of the choir engine's base input were cut off as the population feeding them was rendered into nothing. There were no screams to harvest, no slow, drawn-out agonies, only a sudden, messy silence that left the overall composition unbalanced. Keladar hissed, seeing the change in his readings. "Intrusive null fields," he muttered. "Crude, effective." The corpse god's lapdogs wield their own degeneracies. He shunted more load onto the surviving nodes, compensating as best he could, but the texture of the hive's voice had been altered. The resonance was less full, less rich. It made him angry. Deep within the hive, ignorance of the distant biological erasure did not stay Severian's hand. It only quickened his resolve. "Ferrum," he said, "you saw how the hive reacted when we destroyed that hab node. We can do more than silence sections. We can make it turn against itself." A possibility exists, the tech marine conceded. The choir engine relies upon complex feedback loops between physical resonance structures and warp-tuned wraithbone. If we insert disruptive command patterns at the right nodes, we can induce catastrophic harmonic failure. Varro glanced at him. A data demon, the librarian said. Blessed scrap code, a kill spirit. Ferrum inclined his head a fraction. An encrypted machine curse provided by the Magi of the Ordo, he confirmed. Its purpose is to infiltrate corrupted architectures that have integrated Xenos or warp-tainted components and cause their own logic paths to consume them. The Hive's sound architecture is an ideal host, and we are the delivery system, Severian said. Once we reach the main control nexus, you will deploy the demon. Varro will shield you while you do so. The rest of us will ensure that no one interrupts. He looked up, through the tiered chambers of suffering and machinery that separated them from their new objective. First, we must reach it. They fought upward again. They moved through shrines where the floors were paved with fused faces, each mouth serving as a tiny vox relay for the hymns blasted from the walls. They passed through galleries where mutilated men hung in cages like chimes, their bones struck by rotating arms to produce a delicate tinkling accompaniment to the distant roar of battle. Every step they took provoked reactions. Keladar diverted elites to intercept. Cultist reserves hurled themselves against the Deathwatch's flanks. Sonic traps detonated, turning corridors into organs of killing sound. Varro burned his strength, holding back the worst of the warp resonance, his wards cracking and reforming under the constant assault. At last they came to a set of doors that dwarfed even them. They rose from floor to distant ceiling, carved from a single slab of wraithbone overlaid with human bone and metal. Reliefs of writhing bodies covered their surface, all of them frozen mid-scream, mouths open, tongues extended, as though crying out in eternal praise to some unseen conductor. Callion planted melter charges along the seams. "Stand back," he said. The doors exploded inward in a flare of white-hot light, molten material spraying. Smoke billowed out, tasting of scorched wraithbone and burned fat. Kill Team Moors stepped through into the main amphitheater of the resonant hive. It was a pit of madness. The chamber was vast, its floor far below where they stood, its walls rising in tier after tier of seating. But no audience sat there. Every tier was filled with captives. Hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of men were bound into place upon those rising ranks, strapped into frames that held them upright, their limbs spread, their chests exposed. Tubes ran into their veins and out again. Implants studded their skin. Their eyes were pinned open. Their mouths had been altered, some into grotesque horns, some into speaker grills, some into simple raw holes that led straight down into the emaciated ruins of their throats. At the very center of the bowl, on a raised platform, stood Virel Narcissist. He held no baton, yet his posture could have belonged to a master conductor in some grand opera house long before the Horus heresy had shattered such civilities. His free hand carved arcs through the air as he directed his warband, his sonic weapons singing, his armor resplendent with fresh gore. Around him, Emperor's children's squads stood at ready, their weapons acting as both instruments and executioners. Some turned on individual captives, eliciting new screams with carefully measured blows or bursts. Others fired into the air, adding percussion to the constant wail. The entire amphitheater shook with sound. The captives' voices had been woven into the choir engine's output with excruciating care. Each tier contributed a different tone, a different quality of agony. Some sobbed continuously in high, keening pitches. Others roared, their throats raw but held open by machinery that would not allow them to fall silent. Deeper rumbles, like the groaning of broken giants, came from mutants and ogrins whose bulk had been chained and hooked en masse. Sound rose, layered, shaped. The air in the chamber was thick and hard to breathe. Vibrations danced through it like heat haze, distorting vision. The sheer pressure of the noise pounded against breastplates and helm casings. Virel sensed the breach even before the echoes of the explosion that had shattered the main doors reached him. The amphitheater's acoustics were too carefully balanced for him not to feel the sudden change as a new voice entered. He turned slowly, savoring the moment, and looked up towards the shattered doorway. Silhouetted against the smoke and corpse light, black shapes stood. Silver arms gleamed. For a heartbeat, Deathwatch and Emperor's children regarded one another across the gulf. Virel smiled, the expression unseen behind his helm. "Ah," he voxed to Lyriades, eyes fixed on the new arrivals. "The connoisseurs have taken their seats." He spread his arms wide, as though welcoming honored guests to a private show. "Brothers," Virel called, his voice booming through the amphitheater, carried by hidden amplifiers and the throats of bound men. "Our audience has arrived. Let us make this movement memorable." Kill Team Moors raised their weapons and stepped forward into a storm of noise and suffering unlike anything they had ever known. Lyriades watched the amphitheater bleed and smiled. From his vantage in a high spire of the resonant hive, the Lord Captain of the 3rd Legion saw it all through a web of augur feeds and psychic echoes. Kill Team Moors stood like black nails driven into the heart of his choir hall, their bolters barking, their blades rising and falling. Around them, Virel's first formation lay broken in mangled violet and gold. It should have angered him. Instead, it thrilled. "Look how they move," Lyriades murmured, eyes half-lidded. "No wasted motion, no flourish, every stroke ugly and efficient. They are an affront to beauty, even as they walk." Keledar's data streams crawled through his sight, showing the shifting patterns of resonance as the Deathwatch's rampage ripped holes in the amphitheater's carefully balanced acoustics. Sections of the choir howled at different pitches now, strained fractures spiderwebbing through harmonics he had taken centuries to refine. Lyriades drank in the discord like fine wine. "They are almost worthy," he said. "My lord," Keledar crackled over the link. "If they continue their present course, they will begin inflicting unrecoverable damage to this hive's contribution to the engine. Recommend deployment of additional elite units to arrest advance." "No," Lyriades replied. "Do not blunt them here. Draw them down. Let them taste the roots of the song." There was a pause as the warpsmith recalculated pathways and tolerances. "The gardens," Keledar said. "You would allow them into the gardens of agony." "I would invite them," Lyriades corrected, a ghost of amusement in his tone. "Their presence there will enrich the work. If they reach the Nexus, they will either die trying to wound it or succeed and provoke such a reaction that the choir's final shriek will be a thing of legend. Either outcome pleases me." He opened a private channel to Virel. "Narkist," Lyriades said, "you have played well. Now withdraw. Not in rout, in tempo. Give ground. Lead them down." Virel's laughter came back, ragged with exertion and delight. "As you command, my lord," the noise champion said. "I will leave them an opening and a trail. They are hounds. They will follow. They cannot help themselves." In the amphitheater, bolter fire dwindled. Bodies lay in heaps upon the tiered ranks, the bound captives sagging in their frames, some dead, some still twitching, voices reduced to hoarse whispers. Emperor's children Marines slipped away along flank corridors and concealed ramps, their retreat executed with as much art as their attacks. They fell back in staggered movements, offering sharp, punishing salvos, and then yielding, always leaving a gap, always hinting at a path deeper into the hive. Severian watched them go through the smoke and dust. He felt the tug of the obvious trap. He acknowledged it. Then he set his jaw. "Ferrum," he voxed. "The routes they are leaving us, where do they lead?" The main downward access shafts, the Techmarine replied, his mechanized tones calm. Subterranean complexes carved from wraithbone and reworked during the 3rd Legion's occupation, the earliest defilement zones, the Gardens of Agony, as they termed them. Below those, the Nexus itself. Then we follow, Severian said. We were sent for the engine, not for the rabble in this pit. Joran spat a gobbet of blood and phlegm onto the floor. I will remember those who fled my blades, he growled. If I find them again, I will take more time. Callian scraped gore from his chains ward with the edge of his storm shield. Let them run, the Black Templar said. We have cut enough of them here. Their masters await below. It is always the root that must be severed if the weed is to die. Varro leaned on his staff for a heartbeat. Helm bowed. The psychic pressure in the amphitheater was immense, a constant tearing at the edges of his mind. He could feel the captive's pain, the shaping of it, the way their suffering was pulled apart and rewoven into chords of raw, focused emotion. He followed when Severian moved, one more black silhouette descending into the deeper dark. The passageways that led down from the amphitheater were narrower, older, their proportions wrong in ways that set human eyes itching. Wraithbone formed the bulk of the walls and ceiling, its once smooth, flowing curves now cracked and pitted. Marks of cutting tools and explosive charges marred its surfaces, where the Emperor's children had torn out sections to make space for their own horrid grafts. Meat vines crawled across the ancient, ivory-pale material, clinging with barbed hooks, pulsing as fluids moved within them. Clusters of crystalline growths dotted the walls, nodules of translucent, many-faceted material that glowed faintly from within like trapped lightning. They brightened and dimmed in time with distant sounds that the ear struggled to define. The Nexus roots, Ferrum said. Mechadendrites touching one of the wraithbone ribs. Petrified in part, still psychically active, the Eldari grew these structures as conduits. The 3rd Legion and their allies have layered their own abominations atop them. Varro reached out, glove hovering just above the wraithbone. Do not touch it, Severian warned. I will not, Varro answered. Not with my hand. He opened his mind instead. The wraithbone sang. It was not the twisted howling of the choir engine or the obscene harmonies of the Emperor's children. It was older, deeper, a low, sorrowful keening that ran like a bass line beneath the shriller notes of Slaanesh's orgiastic hymn. It carried the spectral impressions of those who had shaped it, the Eldari, who had once walked these halls when they were part of a serene maiden world, wreathed in emerald forests and silver seas. Varro saw glimpses. He saw lithe alien forms moving through bright corridors, their thoughts a complex lattice of sensation and concept beyond human reach. He saw the moment when their world shuddered, when a sun in the immaterium exploded into being, and the birth scream of a new, terrible god tore through their souls. He watched them die, in their billions, not with bolter fire and blade, but with a shattering of identity, their essences ripped from their bodies and devoured. The Wraithbone had drunk that trauma and never forgotten. It relived it, again and again, a scar that never faded. The Emperor's children had found that scar and pressed their fingers into it, had wired their own atrocities into its tissue, forcing it to replay its pain in time with their butcheries. Varro staggered as the weight of it crashed over him. Joran's hand shot out, steadying him. "What do you see, witch?" the wolf asked. There was no accusation in his tone, only a grudging concern. "The death of a people," Varro said hoarsely. "The moment they birthed their own damnation. The 3rd Legion made a harp of it. We are walking along its strings." "Then we will cut them," Callian said, "and the throat that plucks them." Above, the war went on. Vox channels crackled with reports and pleas, a constant background radiation of desperation. Kill Team Moore's helms caught snatches as they moved, fragments slipping through the filters. 47th line broken. Repeat, the line has broken. We are... Artillery grid Bravo is gone. The guns are gone. Emperor, save us. The sky is... Command. This is 2nd Battalion, 7th Legion. We are surrounded. Repeat, surrounded. Demon formations to the west and south. Traitor armor to the north. The river at our backs is... Callion's lip curled. How many times will they cry the same words? He snarled. Surrounded, outnumbered, begging for extraction. They march to war, and then fold when the cost is called. They are men, Ferrum said without cruelty, unaugmented, unarmored. They break. It is their nature. That is no excuse, Callion shot back. The Vox clamor grew louder, a chorus of overlapping defeat. Someone had lost control of a channel allocation, letting multiple command nets bleed together. The result was a babble of overlapping voices, all demanding attention, all describing catastrophe. Silence it, Severian said. Varro glanced at him. Some of those channels are priority, the librarian said. You may be ordering the sensorium to cut vital data flow. Our objective is below, Severian replied. Not above, not around. The fleet has its own tacticians. The Guard have their own officers. We have our task. I will not have my brother's focus eroded by the death cries of every regiment on this world. He reached to his helm controls, fingers flicking across rune studs. The voices cut off abruptly, replaced by the steady crackle of encrypted Deathwatch bands and the muted hum of local auspex. The silence was almost as heavy as the noise had been. Callion exhaled, a harsh sound of relief. Thank you, he said. Let them meet their ends as they will. Our path lies elsewhere. On the surface, the army group whose last transmission had bled into Kill Team Moore's audio marched to its doom, in ignorance of the decision made deep below. They had been part of the first wave on a different hive, one whose silhouette was a forest of jagged spires protruding from a cratered plain. Several billion men, drawn from a dozen worlds, banners of a score of regiments snapping in a wind, full of ash and burning ozone. They had advanced in good order, artillery rolling behind, armor rumbling at their flanks. Then the demons had come. They rose from fissures in reality, pale and shrieking, blades of bone and light in their hands. Behind them came lumbering many-limbed horrors whose bodies were masses of mouths and claws, dragging chains of entrapped souls behind them like wedding veils. Warp storms blossomed over the plain, turning the air to boiling glass in places, freezing it solid in others. The Guard fought. They fired their laser guns until charge packs boiled. They fixed bayonets and met impossible things in close assault. Men vanishing into mouths that opened wider than seemed possible, vanishing beneath tides of clawed limbs. Tanks fired until their barrels glowed. Commissars bellowed orders and executed deserters until their bolt pistols clicked on empty. The lines bent, then buckled, then collapsed into knots of resistance. Those knots were wrapped round entirely by demonic hosts. The world's resonance picked up their fear and fed it down into the nexus. Their last Vox prayer, a choked litany shouted over broken channels by an officer standing on the hull of a burning tank, was recorded by a dozen sets of ears and voices and hurled down like a stone into deep water. In the Gardens of Agony, Varro flinched as a new note entered the background. Noise. He recognized the shape of it. A plea to the Emperor, half remembered, mangled by fear, but sincere. It dissolved into the greater song almost at once, stretched and warped, turned into an ironic flourish in the composition the 3rd Legion were building. They died well, Varro said quietly. They died as they must, Severian answered. We will not make their sacrifice meaningless by faltering. The passage opened at last into a wider grotto. The ceiling vaulted into darkness high above. Wraithbone ribs arched overhead, like the skeleton of some long-dead beast, half petrified, half living still. Meat vines hung in curtains, their pulsing bulk threaded through with slivers of metal and glass. Crystalline clusters jutted from the walls in jagged excrescences, their internal lights flickering to the rhythm of a heartbeat that was not a single organ's pulse, but the collective thrum of a world's screaming populace. They had entered the gardens of agony. The floor beneath their boots was uneven, a mix of fossilized Aeldari architecture and newer, obscene growths. Pools of viscous fluid collected in hollows, reflecting distorted images of the Deathwatch as they passed. The air was thick with the smell of rot, copper, and chemical preservatives. Shapes moved in the gloom. At first they seemed like statues, hulking silhouettes half embedded in the walls. Then they stepped forward. They were the size of Astartes, taller than any baseline man, their frames thick with muscle-like fiber. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over dense bundles of flesh. Armor plates and mechanical components had been grafted onto them in patchwork fashion. A shoulder pauldron here, a bracer there, a chunk of breastplate bearing some long scratched imperial sigil elsewhere. Their faces were wrong. Too many teeth in mouths that did not quite close. Eyes placed a fraction of a hand too far apart. Noses replaced by vents. Some had no faces at all, just featureless flesh over bone, with crude lenses hammered in where eyes should be. Tubing ran into them from the walls and ceiling, pulsing with recycled fluids. Their gait was uneven, as though their limbs had not been properly balanced. In their hands they clutched weapons that were little more than barrels and triggers plugged into their nervous systems, controlled by reflex rather than conscious aim. Homunculi, failed echoes of the Legiones Astartes, built from harvested organs and cloned tissues by Lyriades' experiments, then cast down here as disposable shock troops when they did not meet his standards. Yoren snarled, all amusement leached from his tone. "This is wrong," he said. "This is beyond the simple corruption of a warrior's soul. This is mockery of what we are." "It is what the Third Legion have made of themselves," Varro said. "They no longer see the line between flesh and instrument. These things are cords made meat." The homunculi roared and charged. They came on in a clumsy rush, their steps heavy, their movements fast, but lacking the coordination and intent of a true Astartes. They fired as they ran, stub rounds whining, crude plasma spatters hissing against Deathwatch plating. Kill Team Moors met them with cold brutality. Callion's chainsword tore through the first one's chest with sickening ease. There was no ceramite to arrest the teeth, no reinforced ribcage, only layers of dense, overgrown flesh and badly grown bone. It screamed wetly, a noise that cut off as the blade chewed through its mock spine. He ripped the sword free and stepped into the next, shield smashing aside a clumsy swing, his blade carving an ugly furrow from hip to shoulder. Jorund went in with a bellow. He dropped his heavy bolter, letting it hang on its sling, and ignited his frost claws. The talons hummed with contained cold white vapor curling from their edges. He hit a cluster of homunculi like a meteor. Limbs flew. He ripped arms from sockets, tore torsos open from neck to groin, scattered intestines and shredded muscle across the wraithbone floor. One of the things clamped both hands onto his shoulders and tried to tear him down with brute strength. He slammed his forehead into its featureless face, cracking bone, then drove both sets of claws up under its ribcage, lifting it briefly off the ground before hurling it aside in contempt. "They are nothing," he spat. "No honor, no skill, just piles of stolen meat." "That does not make them harmless," Ferrum said, putting a round cleanly through another's skull. "An overloaded power cell can still kill, even if the weapon it rests in is miscalibrated." The fight was savage but short. The homunculi died like animals, without tactical cohesion or fear, throwing themselves at the Deathwatch until there were none left to throw. They did not all attack. Deeper in the gardens, Kill Team Moors found chambers where similar constructs had never been completed. Rows of torsos lay on slabs, chests heaving, limbs absent. Heads craned on thick necks, mouths opening and closing in soundless pleas. Some had half-formed limbs twitching, fingers flexing around nothing. In one chamber, Yoren kicked a door open to reveal racks of such partial marines, suspended from hooks, fluids dripping from their various graft points. Their eyes rolled wildly, their chests rose and fell. Some recognition flickered in a few gazes, a distant echo of humanity trapped within the horror. Varro stepped in behind him and felt the psychic residue, a thin, ragged edge of despair. "They are aware," he said, "in part, enough to know that they are wrong." Joran's lip curled. "Then ending them is a kindness," he said. Severian did not hesitate. "Burn it," the watch captain said. "We do not have time for mercy by hand." Joran turned, triggering his heavy flamer. Liquid fire roared out, a wide yellow-white sheet that washed over the suspended torsos. Flesh blackened, then sloughed from bone. Screams, half-formed by malformed throats, rose in a chorus that echoed off the wraithbone. He held the trigger down until there was nothing left but blackened lumps and charred bone stumps. The smell was obscene. He did not look away. Keladar watched their progress through the gardens and seethed. From his control dais, he saw the homunculi die. He saw the chambers of his half-finished creations reduced to slag. He felt the ripples their deaths caused in the delicate interplay of the hive's lower resonances. "Enough," he grated. "If they insist on trampling through my work, let the gardens embrace them." He bled fresh commands into the systems. Vents hidden in the walls opened with soft sighs. A faint mist exhaled into the air, curling like smoke, hugging the ground. It was colorless, but it tasted of sweetness and copper and distant storms. Vapor dispersal. "Detected," Ferrum voxed. "Composition unknown. Filtration protocols engaged." "Do not trust your helm filters," Varro added, feeling psychic seeds entwined with the physical particles. "This is not merely toxin, it is suggestion." The mist thickened. The crystalline clusters embedded in the wraithbone began to glow brighter, shedding a soft light that seemed at once too dim and too bright, edges of vision blurring. The floor beneath their boots shifted, not in any visible way, but in subtle ripples that made balance a conscious effort rather than an unconscious constant. Severian took another step and found his next footing a hand's breadth lower than it should have been. He compensated, but the adjustment was enough to turn a clean stride into a slight lurch. "Gravity distortions," Ferrum said. "Not physically. Illusory overlay upon the nervous system. The floor is as it was, but our bodies are being told otherwise." "A trick," Joran growled. "A drunken stagger forced upon us." "Do not underestimate it," Varro said tightly. The mists clawed at his mind, overlaying his vision with ghost images. He saw the amphitheater again, but empty, its frames unfilled. Then he saw it full, not of human captives, but of Astartes. Black armor bound in place, Deathwatch helms wired open, their throats singing unwilling hymns. He shook his head, banishing the image, but another rose immediately. Fenris, broken and burning under a violet sky, wolves flayed and hung from glacier cliffs as ornaments. The shapes of his brothers twisted into mockeries, claws and fangs turned against one another. "These mists carry memories," Varro said. "Not ours, the world's. The warpsmith has seeded them with echoes meant to unmake our sense of what is real." As if to prove his point, Callian swung his chainsword at a writhing tangle of meat vines that suddenly seemed to be reaching for his helm. The blade passed through empty air. "Enough!" Severian snapped. "Varro, can you counter it?" The librarian hesitated. There were methods, disciplines taught in secret, whispered in the darker corners of the librarius. Techniques originally developed to fight the ruinous powers on their own terms, to seize control of warp impressions and overwrite them, to brand psychic assaults with symbols of the Emperor's will and burn them out. The Council of Nicaea had outlawed them long ago, deeming them too close to sorcery, too reliant on wielding the warp as a weapon rather than as a shield. Many chapters had obeyed. Others had quietly archived the knowledge, for use only when the alternative was worse. Varro had read those archives. He had trained in those disciplines enough to know what he was now considering. If he used them under the eyes of the Inquisition, his file would be darkened forever. Every action he took afterward would be weighed against this moment. They might praise the outcome and still mark him for eventual censure or worse. He thought of the billions dying above. He thought of the Eldari world that had once been here, twisted into a prison for their agony. He thought of the engine pulsing below, drawing strength from all of it. He made his choice. "I can," Varro said, "but the methods are not sanctioned." Severian did not even pause. "Do it," he said. "We are already walking on the edge of damnation. A step further will not matter if we fall." Varro laughed once, a harsh, humorless sound. "As you wish," he said. He planted the butt of his force staff into the wraithbone and drew in a deep breath. He did not pull the warp power towards him in the usual way. Instead, he reached sideways, feeling for the existing impressions that saturated the gardens, the Aeldari's death scream, the Emperor's children's mutilations, the guards' last prayers. He seized those threads and twisted. A lattice of blazing sigils sprung up around Kill Team. Moors, invisible to mortal eyes, incandescent in the immaterium. They were not the usual shapes of imperial warding, not the codified litanies impressed upon parchment by sanctioned hands. They were sharper, more primal, drawn from the raw symbolism of humanity's fear and defiance. The silhouette of a man standing against a storm, a sword raised against encroaching darkness, a single unwavering light in a sea of shrieking void. He forced those symbols into the mists. The particles shuddered, psychic seeds within them recoiling as new alien images overlaid the ones they had carried. The hallucinations flickered. The floor steadied underfoot. The lights of the crystalline clusters warped, their hues changing from seductive, soft glows to harsh clinical whites that cast every hideous detail of the gardens into stark relief. The walls groaned. Keladar hissed as the feedback hit him. "Intrusion!" the warpsmith spat. "Psycho-symbolic overwrite in Sector 8 of the Gardens. The librarian uses forbidden sign work. They sully their own strictures to oppose us." Varro felt something tear inside his mind. He had forced the warp into shapes it did not wish to hold, compelled it to obey symbols it hated. It bucked and lashed against him. Fissures spiderwebbed through his consciousness, tiny fractures that might never fully heal. He tasted blood again. It ran freely from his nose now, down his lips, dripping to stain the wraithbone beneath his feet. "Filters reinforced," he said, voice raw. "The mists will not deceive us, not in this immediate area. But do not ask this again soon." "I had no intention of doing so," Severian replied. "You have done enough." They pressed on, through walls that now exhaled only the stink of their own rotting tissue and not illusions. The floor still rippled faintly, but they knew it for trickery and adjusted without error. The sonic traps came next, hidden emitters embedded in the walls, and ceiling awoke as they passed, triggered by the particular mass and rhythm of Astartes' grade footfalls. There was no warning. One step, and then the air was full of sound. Not the grand, overwhelming roar of Virel's battlefield symphonies, but short, concussive bursts tailored to specific frequencies. Some dug for the resonant chamber of the inner ear, seeking to rupture delicate structures and throw the Deathwatch off balance. Others targeted helm-mounted vox systems, turning them into amplification nodes for sudden blasts of white noise. Callian staggered as a spike of piercing tone stabbed through his head. His helm dampeners caught most of it, but enough leaked through to send pain flaring along his jaw. Joran's vision blurred for a heartbeat as a different burst set his optics flickering. Shunting Vox input through secondary buffers, Ferrum voxed, some of his mechadendrites already plugged into the nearest wall node. Localized sonic traps only, crude compared. To the engine above, I can redirect their output. Do so, Severian grated, forcing himself onward. Ferrum drove new sequences of kill code into the emitters, turning their lethal bursts back into meaningless noise, or funneling them away into dead ends within the rock. They advanced, step by brutal step, until at last the tunnels widened again. The walls fell away, revealing a space that made even the amphitheater above seem small. They stood at the edge of a chasm. Below, the rock had been carved and grown into a vast, multi-tiered structure that spread out in concentric rings, like a stone flower blossoming inward rather than out. The petals were arches of wraithbone, still pale despite the grime and gore crusting their surfaces, their curves too perfect to be human work. Between them pulsed bands of corrupted flesh and metal, beating in slow, ominous rhythm. At the very center of the chasm rose the Nexus. It was an immense Eldari construct, a spire of intertwined arcs and blades of wraithbone that reached up from depths they could not see and vanished into shadows above. Its surfaces were covered in sigils that glowed with a sickly light, some original, some etched later by Chaos hands. The Eldari runes spoke of paths and songs and stars. The newer marks spoke of excess, of hunger, of an endless, gnawing need for sensation. They crawled like black script across the pristine lines of the original design, turning grace into blasphemy. Energy danced along the Nexus, threads of shimmering force running up and down its length like lightning trapped in glass. Each pulse corresponded to a shift in the distant song that filled the world. A scream here, a prayer twisted there, a fresh note added as another billion died on the surface. Varro felt it like a spear driven through the heart of the planet. "This is it," he whispered. "The World Choir Nexus, the seat of their instrument." Severian's eyes narrowed behind his helm. Lenses. Beneath the Nexus, under the layers of stone and wraithbone and metal, something moved. It was not a physical motion, not yet. It was a disturbance in the warp, a gathering of pressure like the tension before a storm breaks. Varro felt it first and flinched, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling. "There is something below it," he said. "Not just the engine, something that wears the warp like a cloak. It stirs. It is aware." "A demon," Callian said. The word was not question, but statement. "A great one," Varro replied. "A prince of their patron, bound, for now. The Nexus is its cage and its instrument both." Severian set his jaw. "Then we break the cage," he said, "and we kill whatever crawls out, or die sealing its remains." The gardens of agony shuddered, as if in anticipation, every nerve cluster and meat vine trembling. The song of Canticle of Wounds rose a fraction of a tone, as though some unseen conductor had lifted his hands for the next movement. Kill Team Moors looked down into the abyss, at the defiled miracle of alien craft turned into a weapon of chaotic excess, and began to plan how best to destroy a god's favorite toy. The realization spread through Imperial command like a slow, cold poison. In the strategium of the battleship Indomitable Fury, hololithic projections showed Canticle of Wounds as a blazing knot of activity, icons crawling over its surface. Fleet actions flickered in miniature around it, ships exchanging salvos in tiny, lethal bursts of light. Vox traffic poured through the chamber in tightly filtered channels. Astropathic reports flickered at the edges of perception, scribed down by trembling quill servitors, whose hands were not quite their own anymore. Inquisitor Malchior Dreg stood amid the swirl of it, expression carved from stone. A chartist of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica knelt before him, his eyes bandaged, his fingers bloodied from the force with which he had dug them into his own palms during his last attempted transmission. A scribe read out the report he had dictated while his mind still held together. "Current hypothesis," the scribe recited, voice shaking, "is that the warp song emanating from target world is increasing in amplitude and range. If unopposed, projected resonance will reach neighboring systems within a matter of campaign cycles, measured in days rather than years. Estimated effect: mass destabilization of unshielded mortal populations, spontaneous madness, hysteria, religious mania, and widespread collapse of astropathic infrastructure. Best case, billions dead. Worst case, billions damned." The words hung in the incense-thick air. An admiral cleared his throat, the sound ragged. "If this continues," he said, "the war will spread beyond the planet whether we hold orbit or not. We will be fighting insurrections and demonic incursions on worlds that have never seen a traitor's bolter. We will not allow that," Dreg said. His organic eye tracked the hollow, watching the subtle shifts in the warp field indicators around Canticle of Wounds. A faint corona of pale, sickly light shimmered around the symbol of the world, representing the song's spread. It was expanding. "Our forces on the surface are committed," one of the generals said. "Guard deployments number in the many tens of billions. Skitarii cohorts, Titan legios. If we withdraw, we abandon them. If we maintain the assault, we feed more lives into the engine as it is now." Dreg's jaw tightened. "The question," he said slowly, "is whether we can destroy the choir engine before it reaches critical resonance, or whether we must silence every potential voice it might claim, even if that voice belongs to a loyal man of the guard." No one answered him. There was nothing to say yet. Down on the surface, the war screamed. Titans strode through the inferno. On a blasted plain to the east of the resonant hive where Kill Team Moors had made their descent, Allegio's god engines advanced in dolorous procession. Warlord pattern Titans, their carapaces emblazoned with crusade honors and the icons of the Omnissiah, put one thunderous foot in front of the other. Each step crushed thousands of cultists into paste, their bodies bursting like ripe fruit under the immense weight. Their guns spoke in the language of annihilation. Volcano cannons belched spears of incandescent light, stabbing across kilometers to punch through corrupted fortress blocks and the twisted silhouettes of enemy engine constructs. Plasma annihilators thundered, each discharge a miniature star vomited forth to sear flesh and stone and metal equally. Facing them were abominations. Warp-forged war machines, taller even than some loyalist titans, lumbered forward, their armor plates patchworks of screaming faces. Every inch of their skin was alive, a writhing mass of mouths and eyes and gnashing teeth. The souls of the countless sacrifices fed to their making were trapped within, given only the ability to howl and gnash at enemies they could no longer reach. Their weapons were shapes of madness, cannons with muzzles of bone and muscle that spat streams of corrosive song energy, whip arms made of fused vertebrae and embedded chainswords, fields of roiling distortion around their feet that turned the ground to quicksand and dragged loyalist war engines down into pits of thrashing flesh.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
When Titan met Titan, the impact shook more than the plane. The shock traveled down into the roots of the world. It vibrated through the wraithbone conduits, through the nodes of flesh and bone the Third Legion had grafted into them, and thence into the choir engine. Each titanic step, each fall, each detonation was translated into a new input. The chorus grew fuller. Within the World Choir Nexus, Kill Team Moors felt it as a constant tremor running through the very air. They had descended into the chasm, moving along narrow catwalks that hugged the inner wall, spiraling down and inward towards the central spire. The Nexus towered above and below them, arcs of wraithbone and corruption humming with psychosonic energies. Between those arcs, Emperor's children elites waited. They came at the Deathwatch in small, composed groups, never in mindless rushes. Each squad moved like a symphony section, entering at its appointed bar. Their armor, centuries old and lovingly maintained, glimmered in the sickly light. Their senses were overloaded with combat stims, but their movements retained disturbing precision. They fought not to hold ground in the conventional sense, but to shape the conflict. Every clash of blade against blade, every bolter discharge, every grunt of effort and cry of pain was another note added to the building crescendo. They aimed not only to kill the Deathwatch, but to draw their last sounds into the composition Lyriades was building. Severian's sword met the jagged edge of a traitor's power glaive, the impact sending a flare of light across both weapons. The Emperor's children warrior twisted, trying to turn the lock into a flowing motion that would spin Severian off balance. The watch captain held firm, boots magnetized to the catwalk, and wrenched his blade free with brutal force, stepping inside and driving the spike of his elbow into the traitor's breastplate. Ribs cracked beneath the ornate armor. The traitor laughed, even as blood rose in his throat. "Sing for me," he gasped, reaching for a throat mic to capture his own dying rattle for the nearest amplifier. Severian's next strike took his head. Elsewhere on the same level, Varokaya hurled arcs of warp fire at advancing squads, his staff glowing as he shaped the energies into blunt hammers rather than elegant spears. Subtlety was a luxury he could not afford here. Each psychic blow that sent traitors tumbling from the catwalks into the abyss. Below was another line cut from the enemy's next bar. The air thrummed around them, so dense with resonance that it felt almost solid. Sound became touch. The impact of a nearby bolter round was a shove against the shoulder. The distant roar of a Titan weapon strike was a push at the chest. "We are running out of time," Varro spat, blasting apart another sonic trap before it could fully form. "The engine climbs towards a peak. I can feel it." Above them, aboard the ecstatic dirge, Lyriades stood at the center of a storm of input. He felt every Titan's fall as a pleasant shudder through his feet. He heard the death screams of armies as subtle harmonics in the greater song. He tasted the vibrations of the World Choir Nexus as flavors upon his tongue, each shift in pitch a change in vintage. He had been working towards this moment for a long, long time. "Begin the Grand Symphony," he said softly. Keladar's rasp crackled back over the command link. At once, "My lord," the warpsmith answered. Across the world, hidden mechanisms awoke. Kill nodes within the choir engine's core flared to life. Carefully hoarded reserves of sacrificial victims, kept in stasis fields or drugged into stupors until this very hour, were awakened and fed into the apparatus. Their sudden agony added a fresh, savage spike to the bass tone. Shrines in orbit shifted their output, aligning to new phase angles to better catch and project the rising tide. Within the ecstatic dirge's own hull, slave pens opened. A tide of captives poured out into prepared channels, herded by brute servitors and lass whip-wielding overseers towards processing pits. Lyriades watched, not with the detachment of a tyrant accustomed to killing, but with the attention of a musician readying his favorite instrument. "Not just the planet, my lord?" Virel Narkist voxed from his own command position nearer the surface. "You would spend our cultivated stock as well?" "We will have more," Lyriades replied. "There is always more. The dirge we will compose today will be worth any price." He opened a grand channel, addressing his commanders, his warpsmith, his noise champions, his demonic allies. "Brothers," Lyriades said, "the time of scattered performances and experiments is done. Now we will bring the song to a close. All that we have done here, all that we have built from the bones of this world and the souls of its people, culminates in this. We will loose our voices in full and see which breaks first, the choir or reality." In orbit, Dreg listened to a different kind of recital. Reports came in fast and grim. The warp pickers embedded in the fleet's auger arrays registered a sharp upswing in psychic pressure. Astropaths begged for blindfolds and deafening. A few simply died, their hearts stopping as the song clawed through their defenses. The engine climbs rapidly towards a new state, the telepathica representative said, sweating. If it reaches full resonance, the shock may not stop at nearby systems. It could echo along established warp routes, like a scream down a corridor, reaching worlds that have never even heard the name of this place. Projected casualties, Dreg asked. Incalculable, the adept replied. Tens of billions at minimum, more likely many times that, if secondary and tertiary destabilizations are considered. Dreg looked at the representation of his fleet. Some of the troop ships glowed with faint red halos around their icons, a mark added recently by the Mechanicus. Those were the regiments whose Vox transmissions had begun to include snatches of the enemy's song. Not willingly, not yet. But the infection was there, like mold spreading through damp bread. They are compromised, one Magos said. The choir engine has found pathways into their communication structures, their martyr songs and battle hymns. Even if they fall in valor, their deaths may add to the enemy's work rather than diminish it. They are still loyal, an admiral protested. They die with the Emperor's name on their lips. Names mean nothing to the warp, Dreg said. He weighed the options. Let them live and risk every death on their decks feeding the engine rather than starving it. Cull them and weaken the already overstretched assault on the surface. If the warp song escaped the gravity well of Canticle of Wounds in full, none of that would matter. Worlds he would never see would die choking on sound. Children would grow to worship the Dark Prince without ever knowing why. The Imperium would spend entire future crusades stamping out fires kindled by this single act of hesitation. Purge the compromised vessels, Dreg said. The words were level and without drama, yet they struck the strategium like gunshots. The admiral who had protested earlier stared at him, aghast. Inquisitor? Those regiments are weapons that have been turned against us. Dreg cut across him. We do not leave enemy blades within our own wound. We cut them out, vent the holds, shut down atmosphere, kill them quickly, before the song can claim their deaths for its own. The admiral swallowed. As you command, he said. On a row of vast troop ships, klaxons wailed for a final time. Men looked up from cleaning their rifles, from reciting litanies, from writing home on scraps of reused paper. Their last thoughts were as varied as their origins. None of them knew why the air suddenly began to suck out of the chambers, why doors sealed and refused to open, why emergency overrides failed. They died without ever setting foot on Canticle of Wounds. Their bodies tumbled in the void, frozen in contorted poses, drifting among the wreckage of other ships and the debris of war. Their Vox channels fell silent. The choir engine quivered. It had been ready to receive that flood of fear and pain. Instead, it tasted only the faintest echo before the link was severed. Dreg had stolen a meal from its mouth. It enraged the entity stirring beneath the nexus. Deep below Kill Team Moore's current level, in the dark where wraithbone roots plunged into the heart of the planet, something shifted more violently. The warp around Canticle of Wounds boiled, tendrils of unreality lashing at the barrier between dimensions. Severian's Vox crackled. "Watch, Captain," Dreg's voice came through, distorted by the warping currents. "I have taken measures." "What measures?" Severian asked, parrying a thrust from a traitor sword, riposting with a thrust that punctured the traitor's gut. "Compromised regiments have been euthanized before their deaths could feed the engine," Dreg said. "Tens of billions removed from the board. It was necessary." Severian rammed his blade upward, finishing his opponent. He stepped back, breath hissing through clenched teeth. "You kill our own in droves and call it surgery," he said. How much of the Emperor's strength will you spill in the name of saving it, Inquisitor? There was a pause at the other end of the link, filled with the distant roar of the fleet's guns. How much is required? Drake answered. We are not here to spare lives, Captain. We are here to deny the enemy a tool that could unmake entire sectors. You are the scalpel I direct. The mass culls are my saw. Together, we cut rotten flesh from the galactic body. Do not mistake the nature of our work. The men you vented were not rotten, Severian snapped. Perhaps not, Drake said, but they were contaminated. Would you hesitate to destroy a Genestealer cult because some of its members still pray to the Emperor at night? Corruption is not always a matter of conscious choice. It is a matter of function. These regiments functioned now as potential amplifiers for the choir. I silenced them. You will silence the source. The Vox hissed as interference clawed at the link. You have your task, Severian, Drake said. Do not waste breath judging mine while the enemy still breathes. The line died. Severian stood for a heartbeat amid the wreckage of slain traitors and the constant thrumming of the Nexus, then turned away. We move, he said. Above and below, Lyriades' symphony approached its next movement. Viral Narkist stood at a minor control station linked directly to one of the Nexus primary channels. Cables ran from the pulsing machinery into sockets in his armor, feeding him a streamed sensation of the entire world. Every impact, every scream, every prayer, every last breath. He trembled under the flood, but not in pain. Now, he voxed to Lyriades, voice thick. Now, Lyriades said. Varel spread his arms wide, fingers splaying, feeling the currents running through the apparatus. He could sense the pressure, the gathered tension, like a bowstring drawn almost to breaking. The choir engine had never held so much input at once, never drawn so many lives into its shaping. He screamed. The noise he made was not a simple shout. It was a command, uttered in the language of the warp and of sound. It ripped through the machinery, activating dormant sigils, unlocking failsafes, overriding governors that had been set to prevent this very thing. The choir engine answered. Sound tore out of the Nexus. It rushed up through the wraithbone pipes, through the resonant hives, through the tuned organs and drum floors and wire-throated captives. It burst out of the orbital shrines like flares of radioactive light translated into audible fury. It swept across the surface of Canticle of Wounds as a wall of pressure. Cities collapsed. Buildings that had survived months of artillery and orbital bombardment shuddered as the sonic wave hit them. Walls bent, supports groaned. Glass exploded outward in torrents of glittering shards. The very mortar, binding stones together, shook itself apart. Hab blocks pancaked, floor slamming down onto floor in chains of destruction that pulped the inhabitants into paste. Oceans boiled. The wave hit their surfaces and plunged downward. Water vibrated, molecules hammered together. In shallower seas, entire bodies of water erupted into clouds of steam that rose in vast, crimson-tinged plumes. Coastal cities were scoured from existence by walls of superheated vapor, carrying shards of stone and metal. On the front lines, where guard regiments and cult hordes faced one another across trenches and ruined streets, men and mutants alike simply came undone. Those closest to the source were reduced to fog. Flesh and bone could not withstand that level of vibrational force. Bodies burst apart, exploding into clouds of red spray, into mist shot through with fragments of armor and weaponry. Further out, people dropped, their organs liquefied inside intact skins, blood pouring from every orifice as their insides turned to slurry. Whole regiments were erased. The distinction between loyalist and traitor meant nothing to the engine. It did not care who died. It cared only that they did. Varro felt it hit. He crashed to one knee on the catwalk, staff slamming down to stop himself pitching over the edge. His wards flared, every sigil burning white-hot in his sight as they tried to absorb and redirect the tidal wave of force. It was not just sound in the physical sense. It carried a psychic payload the size of a world, the collective exhalation of billions. He glimpsed 1,000 deaths in an instant, a guardsman reaching for a comrade's hand and finding nothing as both of them disintegrated, a cult priest howling praise as his body atomized, a child in a slave pen staring at the wall of steam rolling towards him, too numb to even scream before it hit. It almost broke him. Ferrum toppled, mechadendrites flailing as his augmetic balance systems tried to recalibrate. Warning. Runes flared across his internal displays as sensors registered input far beyond safe limits. Armor plates vibrated, microfractures spiderwebbing through some external component housings. Callian and Jorund went to one knee by instinct, bracing. Severian stood, teeth gritted, every muscle locked. The Nexus tower around them sang. The wave that had lashed across the surface had passed through this place first, its raw power tempered and focused by the structures built for that very purpose. The air vibrated so hard it became hard to breathe. Stone and wraithbone shook. Varro dragged in a ragged breath. "If it reaches true resonance," he said hoarsely, "it will not stop at this world. It will shudder along warp routes. Every psyker, every choir, every sensitive soul in range will feel it. Many will die. Others will crack. Some will answer. Then we must make the engine shatter itself before that," Ferrum replied. "Its harmonic pattern is strained. I can see the outlines of failure modes, but we must induce them quickly." They had discussed a plan, half-formed, to use the data demon Ferrum carried as a kill code. Now they had to adapt it. "The choir engine is tuned to project," Ferrum said, voice clipped. "If we invert some of the key harmonics and feed them back into the Nexus, we may induce a destructive feedback loop. It will be dangerous. The energies may tear this entire structure apart." "Good," Callian said. "Let it tear, as long as it kills the engine." Varro wiped blood from his lips. "I will anchor the pattern in the warp," he said. "You twist the machine logic. I will twist the song. Between us, we may be able to make it scream in a pitch that breaks itself." They moved with renewed urgency. While Ferrum interfaced with a series of control nodes at the nearest junction, his mechadendrites plunging into sockets not made for their shapes, Varro reached out to the currents flowing through the Nexus. He felt the rhythm of the thing, the way each input from the hives and shrines was filtered and shaped on its way through. He began to hum under his breath, a counter melody, shaping his psychic output to match an inverted phase. The Nexus bucked, lines of energy running along its surfaces twisted, some doubling back, some collapsing. Acts of war on the surface that should have increased the engine's power instead caused momentary stutters. Keladar saw the distortions and snarled. "Interference," he spat. "They try to turn the engine against itself." He rerouted, shoring up paths, but every adjustment he made opened new vulnerabilities elsewhere. It was like trying to retune an instrument while someone else deliberately plucked at its strings to spoil the sound. While Warpsmith and Techmarine wrestled through the medium of tortured machinery, and Librarian and demon-touched Nexus pushed and pulled on one another in the warp, another, more tangible duel played out on a swaying catwalk near the tower's midline. Callian found himself face to face with one of Lyriardi's chosen. The Emperor's children champions stepped out from behind a curving buttress with the stillness of a statue come to life. His armor was a masterpiece, even by the mad standards of his legion. Every surface chased with gold and mother of pearl, every plate engraved with battle scenes and debaucheries. His helm had been sculpted into the likeness of a serene, androgynous face, its mouth slightly open as if mid-sigh. In his hands he carried a blade that was almost too slender to be practical. It was long and slightly curved, its edge a line of shimmering light. The hilt bore a single, unblemished gem, the color of rich wine. "Kneel," the champion said through his vox, his voice as smooth as polished stone. You stand in the heart of our art. You are unworthy even to die here." Callion leveled his chainsword. "The Third Legion's art is filth," he said. "Your beauty is a gloss laid over rot. I will carve both from this world." They came together in a clash that shook the catwalk. The champion moved with balletic grace, his blade flowing through patterns that had been refined over centuries of ritual duels. Every cut was precise, aimed at a joint, a weak point, a place where even power armor could not fully arrest the force. Callion met that precision with relentless, pounding aggression. His chainsword was not elegant. It was a tool made for raw destruction. He swung it in wide arcs, forcing the champion to give ground or risk, having his exquisite armor turned into a shower of shredded ceramite and gore. Each time their weapons met, sparks and teeth flew. They circled, boots clanging on the metal. Below them, the abyss yawned. Above, the nexus crackled. The Emperor's child's blade traced a looping pattern and darted in, nicking Callion's vambrace. The impact sent a jolt through the black Templar's arm, the edge cutting deeper than it had any right to. "Your zeal blinds you," the champion said. "You rush. You hurl yourself forward. You do not see the beauty of the killing stroke as I do." Callion spat into his helm. "I see my foe," he said. "I see his corruption. I see the death he deserves. That is all the sight a warrior needs." He feinted high, inviting a parry. The champion took the bait, blade flicking up. Callion pivoted at the last instant, bringing his shield around in a brutal, bashing motion. The heavy ceramite slab slammed into the champion's side, throwing him off balance. For a heartbeat, his poise faltered. Callion stepped in, chainsword roaring. The teeth bit. They chewed through ornate plate, through the flensed skin fringe, through the flesh beneath. The champion screamed, the sound high and pure, and even that scream had a kind of terrible beauty to it. He tried to twist away, but Callion followed, driving the blade, deeper, sawing through ribs. "Your perfection ends here," Callion snarled, forcing the sword upward, opening the traitor from hip to opposite shoulder. The Emperor's child toppled, blood and armor shards spilling, his lovely helm split and tumbling into the abyss. On another level, Virel felt his death and incorporated it into the now rolling movement without missing a beat. Lyriades had been waiting. The nexus flared again, and this time the light gathered not just in arcs and channels, but in a specific point suspended in the air above the central platform. Sound condensed. The roar of war, the screams of the dying, the thunder of Titan weapons, the wail of the choir engine, all of it twisted inward, tightening, compressing, until a sphere of distortion hung there, vibrating so fast that it appeared almost still. The sphere split. A figure stepped forth, as though emerging from behind a curtain only he could see. Lord Captain Ethan Lyriades descended to the platform at the Nexus heart, boots touching the wraithbone as gently as a dancer's feet touching a stage. The portal of solidified sound behind him crackled and faded, its energy spent. He stood tall and absolutely at ease amid the storm. His armor shone, unmarred by the filth around him, purple and gold gleaming in the warped light. He had altered it since his last full inspection in the ecstatic dirge's strategium, adding new trophies, new flourishes. A chain of helms hung from his belt, their visors cracked, their badges scratched, Deathwatch helms among them. His helm was maglocked at his side. He wore his own face bare. It was beautiful, in a way that was almost painful to look upon. Perfect symmetry, flawless skin, eyes that seemed to hold too many colors. Yet there was something subtly wrong in that perfection, something that made the flesh crawl. The pupils were just a fraction too large, the smile just a little too wide. He looked around, taking in the catwalks, the black-armored shapes battling his elites, the flicker of Ferrum's mechadendrites and Varro's staff, the glint of Severian's blade. "Here you are," Lyriades said, voice amplified and yet oddly intimate, as if he spoke right beside each of them. The scalpel at the heart of the wound, the Emperor's chosen executioners, come to cut my song short. He spread his arms in welcome. How could I end my masterpiece without you? He asked. You, Deathwatch. You will be the final chord. The Voxlink clicked open with the heavy finality of a bolter locking into place. Static hissed for a heartbeat, then cleared to reveal a chorus of overlapping sounds. Distant gunfire, the rumble of detonations transmitted through hull and stone, the clipped murmur of ritual litanies spoken over open channels. Through it all, Inquisitor Malchior Dregg's voice cut like a scalpel. Channel secure, he said. All Deathwatch command signatures confirmed. You will. Maintain silence until I have spoken. Runes glowed in Severian Tarsus's helm display, confirming the presence of other watch captains on the link. Each rune represented another black-armored warlord fighting and dying in another hive, leading his own hand-picked killers through different mazes of filth and horror. For a moment, Severian imagined what they saw. Cathedrals of flesh and bone, seas of cultists, traitor Astartes' revels. It would not be so different from his own view. Around him the World Choir Nexus throbbed. The catwalk beneath his boots quivered with each pulse. Kill Team Moors waited nearby, weapons ready, helm lenses tracking for movement among the wraithbone ribs. Casualty projections, Drake said, have been updated. Imago's metallic chant bled into the channel, reciting numbers that had long since ceased to have emotional weight. Total Imperial losses across the Canticle Theatre now stand in the tens of billions, the Magos intoned. This includes confirmed fatalities among Guard, Skitari, Navy, civilian collateral, and attached auxilia. Projected losses by campaign end, assuming current trajectory, are several times that number. Strategic gain remains marginal until the choir engine is neutralized. Silence followed. Not the silence of surprise. There was no surprise left in these men. Only the silence of acknowledgement, of calculations redrawn with even bleaker ink. Severian felt the words land in the pit of his gut regardless. Tens of billions. Regiments erased before they ever saw the surface. Entire continents turned into charnel grounds. And still the engine sang. Your kill teams have done their work, Drake said. Resonant hives have been damaged, silencers inserted at key nodes, enemy elites culled. Yet the engine endures. Its harmonics are reaching beyond this system. I have presented this data to my peers. He paused, as though savoring the next phrase. Exterminatus authority has been granted. Even through kilometers of stone and wraithbone, Severian heard the faint gasp from one of the other captains on the channel. Someone else swore, a low oath in a tongue Severian did not recognize. In the background of another link, Severian heard the roar of a bolter and the wet thud of a body falling, as if punctuating the words. Cyclonic torpedoes are armed aboard multiple cruisers, Dreg went on. Canticle of Wounds is now under formal sentence. This world will die. The only question is whether it dies as a simple corpse or as the mouth of a weapon that tears at the throats of neighboring sectors as it falls. Severian stared out over the abyss at the Nexus Tower. And us, he said. You can sign us as well? If necessary, Dreg replied without hesitation. You knew that possibility when you accepted your oaths. Deathwatch is not an instrument we sheath for sentiment. You and your men are the shard of a broken blade I am, hammering into a festering wound. If the hammer blow also shatters what is left of you, so be it. On another strand of the channel, a different watch captain laughed, the sound harsh and oddly joyous. Then we are dead already, he said. Our only choice is whether we die well. Callian rumbled approval, low in his chest. A world burned in righteous flame, the Black Templar said, is a fitting grave. I welcome it. Let the traitors be buried under the same ash that covers our armor. Severian said nothing. He remembered the faces of guard officers he had met aboard the Vigilant Star before the drop. Men bowed under the weight of their own regiment's lives, yet still standing. He thought of the billions now reduced to marks on a chart, their last words never recorded. He also remembered the Eldari's death scream, felt through Varro's shaken mind, the birth of the Dark Prince, the new god's hunger. "This exterminatus," Severian said. "It proceeds regardless of our success?" Dreg's reply was cold. "Yes," he said. "You may cripple the choir engine, you may silence it entirely, you may even slay whatever demon architect lurks at its heart. The sentence stands. The taint here has sunk too deep. The world itself is an instrument of the enemy. It cannot be allowed to remain." Severian's gauntleted hand clenched on the hilt of his sword. "Then what is the purpose of our struggle?" he asked, "if the world dies either way?" "The purpose," Drake said, "is to decide whether the death of this world is a cauterization or an amputation that takes half the limb with it. If the engine is intact when the torpedoes fall, the warp shock of its destruction may echo for light years. If it is broken, the shock may be contained. Your work decides the difference between one condemned world and a dozen." He let that settle. "Make your peace with that," the Inquisitor said, "all of you. You will not live to see the long accounting of this day. Your only choice now is whether you will have been useful when the ledgers are written." The channel clicked as one by one, other watch captains acknowledged. "Acknowledged," Severian said at last. When Drag cut the link, the world seemed louder. The constant bass rumble of the Nexus, the distant shriek of the choir engine's latest pulses, the staccato bark of traitor weapons firing from far catwalks, all of it pressed in. Callion turned to him, helm lenses glowing. "You have heard the sentence," the Black Templar said. "You know its righteousness. This world is a tumor. If our blood must poison it as it is cut free, that only makes the purge more pure." Severian looked at him for a long moment. "To you," Severian said, "this is simple." "Yes," Callion replied. "The Emperor's will is rarely as complex as men make it." "To me," Severian said quietly, "it is not simple. I see the faces of the men we burn. I hear their names. I know that some of them might have lived out lives of service, had this world not dragged them here. I know we will kill them all regardless of what we do." He turned his gaze back to the Nexus, watching currents of energy coil and uncoil. "But I also know that if we falter," he said, "if we allow our discomfort to stay our hands, then their deaths will be in vain. They die regardless. Our only hope is to make their death purchase something." Callion nodded once. "Then let us purchase well," he said, "by word and deed." He went to one knee on the swaying catwalk, shield planted, chainsword resting point down. Jorund and Ferrum followed, the Space Wolf's bowed head at odds with his usual wild demeanor, the Tech Marine's iron mask turned down in solemnity. Severian hesitated only a heartbeat, then knelt as well. Varro joined them last, his staff helping him lower himself, the psychic strain of the past hours, etched into every tremor of his movements. Severian spoke, voice low yet clear, the old oath rising from memory. "We are the Black Shield," he said. "We are the Forgotten Blade. We are the hand that strikes without name. We are the oath fulfilled in shadow," Callion added. "We are the price paid without record," Jorund growled. "We are function beyond form," Ferrum intoned, Binharic undertones curling through his words. Varro's voice was quieter. "We are already dead," he said. "Only our duty remains." They held the kneel for a breath, then rose together. The oath hung around them like a cloak. Varro's mind dipped again into the warp, almost by reflex. The Nexus towered around them, a conduit for energies far beyond anything a human or even an Astartes should touch. Beneath it, deeper than light or sound reached, something stirred. He felt it as a series of tremors, not in stone, but in unreality. A presence uncoiled like a serpent in the deep. It was vast and cold and hungry, yet burning with the fever heat of boundless sensation. It tasted the deaths on the surface, the rising power of the choir engine, the decisions made in orbit. It smiled. A name rose unbidden in Varro's thoughts. Not in any language he had been taught, yet he understood it all the same. Siberian, demon prince of the Dark Prince, patron of Lyriades, architect of the deeper design that had turned an Eldari nexus into a choir capable of flaying worlds with sound. Varro's hands shook on his staff. "It wakes," he whispered. Severian glanced at him. "What?" "The patron," Varro said, forcing the words out past the cold in his throat. "The demon bound beneath this structure. It feels the tension, the gathering power. It is pressing against its chains. It wants to be born fully into this place. If Lyriades completes his working, the engine will be its voice. The worlds beyond will be its first audience." As if in answer, the catwalk underfoot shuddered. It was not a simple physical tremor. Reality itself seemed to kink for an instant. The lines of the Wraithbone Tower warped in Varro's sight, bending where they should have been straight, angles blossoming where there should have been smooth arcs. Lyriades' voice rolled up from below, carried on the Nexus' own vibrations. "Do you feel it?" he called. "The tide turning, the veil thinning. You are here at a blessed moment, Black Angels. You will witness an era's birth." He had withdrawn earlier, stepping back through his portal of solidified sound to direct matters from another vantage. Now his presence wrapped around them through the machinery itself. "Every scream you have heard," Lyriades went on, "every note you have tried to silence, every life Dreg has snuffed out in cold calculation, all of it feeds this. Your efforts are not in vain. They enrich the symmetry." On sections of the catwalk above and behind Kill Team, Moors, new icons flickered in Severian's helm display. Incoming contacts. Emperor's children elites, more heavily marked than the ones they had cut down before. Crests denoting centuries of service. Trophies taken from fallen loyalist commanders. Warband banners mounted on packs. These were Lyriades' personal guard, called from their amusements to stand as the crescendo's final chord. They began to close off the routes leading back up towards the upper levels, moving with deliberate precision, block by block, blade by blade. "He means to pen us here," Ferrum observed, "to make us audience as much as enemy. Then we will not provide him with the satisfaction of our retreat," Severian said. "We go down, not up." In orbit, Dreg watched the warp field indicators climb towards a new peak. Harmonic bands around Canticle of Wounds glowed brighter in the representations, thin lines thickening, colors darkening. The choir engine was shifting into a different mode, one designed not just to affect this world, but to project beyond it. "We must disrupt those bands," Dreg said, "not only through the Nexus, at the periphery as well." "There are zones where the output is strongest," Amagos said, pointing with a bionic finger at sections of the hollow. "They correspond primarily to areas where loyalist forces still hold in large numbers, organized hymns, coordinated battle prayers, mass chanting. All of it provides structure to the enemy's work." The irony tasted bitter. "Then we must remove that structure," Dreg said. The Admiral at his side stared. "Inquisitor," he said slowly. "Those are our strongest bastions planetside. If we bombard them, we will shatter our own lines. The cultists and demons will fill the gaps in moments. Their survival is irrelevant if their very existence now contributes to the weapon aimed at us," Dreg replied. "We will break the choir's harmonics, even if that means silencing the most faithful voices first. Mark the coordinates. Prepare orbital strikes. Maximum spread. No warning." "Those sectors are still reporting," the Admiral said weakly. "They will be mid-prayer." "All the better," Dreg said. "Their last words will be directed to the throne, not to the enemy engine." In the trenches of one of those bastions, a priest stood on a broken wall, las pistol raised, chainsword held high. Around him, guardsmen chanted, voices hoarse yet defiant, as demons eddied at the edges of their lines. The sky lit. They never saw the fire descend. One moment they were shouting the Emperor's name. The next, they were missed. In the depths of the Nexus, Varro flinched again. New blank spots appeared in the song, areas where the structured chorus of mortal faith had been wiped away in gouts of plasma and falling stone. Chaos voices surged into the gaps, but they lacked the same cohesion. The overall harmonic balance of the choir engine wobbled, its climb towards the new configuration stuttering. The demon below thrashed. In its harness of wraithbone and binding script, Siberian pushed harder, sensing both the opportunity and the threat. Energy bled into its prison, distorting the patterns that had held it. The world shook as if in an invisible storm. Ferrum clung to a twisted strut, his mechadendrites burying their claws into the metal. "The destabilization helps us," he said, "but not enough. We need more leverage. The kill code alone will not be sufficient if the demon succeeds in synchronizing itself with the engine." "What do you suggest?" Severian asked. Ferrum's optical lenses swiveled, focusing on a cluster of devices half fused into the Nexus's inner structure. They were Slaaneshi constructs, sonic nodes grown from brass and bone, their surfaces slick with fluids. They pulsed in time with the engine's heart, amplifying and shaping the outgoing song at key frequencies. "If we integrate those nodes into the kill code's delivery system," Ferrum said, "we can ride their connections straight into the choir engine's most vital pathways. The scrap spirit will use the enemy's own instrument as a carrier." Varro frowned. "Those nodes are corrupted," he said. "Warp-touched. Their logic is already half daemon. You would take that into the code our own technomancers crafted?" "There is a chance of taint," Ferrum conceded. "The kill spirit may learn from what it touches. Fragments of the Slaaneshi protocols might seed themselves in its wake. If the code is reused in the future, that contamination could spread. It could infect other logic nets, other machines." He paused only briefly. "But if we do not do this," he continued, "the engine may reach resonance and drown entire sectors in its scream. A corrupted cogitator can be purged in time. A dead world cannot." "Heretic," Callian muttered. Ferrum inclined his head fractionally. "In function, if not intent," he said. "I accept that." Severian met his gaze. "Do it," the watch captain said. "Better a tainted tool that buys us victory than a pure one that breaks when most needed." Ferrum's mechadendrites flexed. "So be it," he said. He plunged his data spikes into the nearest sonic node. It was like thrusting his mind into a pit of writhing worms. Sensations flooded his augmetics. Not simple data, but impressions of pleasure, pain, rhythm, and excess. The Slaaneshi construct tried to subsume him, to make him another thread in its endless pattern. Ferrum's internal machine spirits snarled. They had been forged in forge temples, where flesh was an afterthought and function was sacrosanct. They did not crave sensation. They cared nothing for the lure of new experience. They answered the incursion with blasting binary hate, purging pathways as fast as the enemy could corrupt them. The kill spirit waited at the edge of his systems, a tight kernel of code, hungry in its own way. "Go," Ferrum whispered, and opened the gate. The scrap demon streaked along the corrupt pathways, riding the Slaaneshi nodes deeper into the Nexus. It screamed in machine language as it went, a litany of negation and recursive loops designed to chew through whatever logic structures it found. In its wake, some of the Slaaneshi protocols clung. Tiny fragments of alien song seeded themselves into its structure. Future Magi would curse Ferrum's name if they ever learned what he had done. He accepted that with the same dispassion with which he accepted the probability of his own death. "There," he said, voice strained. "The code is inside. it will do what it can. Above, a different kind of ugliness unfolded. On a mid-level access platform, a squad of Imperial Guardsmen huddled, their uniforms scorched, their faces grey with exhaustion. They had been seconded as support to Kill Team Moors, tasked with holding a junction against cultist counterattacks while the Deathwatch advanced. Now they balked. "We cannot push any further," their lieutenant stammered, looking up at Callion's towering form. "Our men are spent. Half of us are wounded. We need extraction, not another charge into that noise." Beyond the junction, a tunnel led deeper into the Nexus, its walls lined with twitching meat. The sound that seeped from it was a constant, grinding roar that set teeth on edge. Shapes moved in the darkness, the silhouettes of yet more homunculi and Emperor's children elites. "We do not require you to advance," Callion said. "We require you to stand. Hold this position. If you break, the filth behind us will pour through and cut off our path." The lieutenant looked past him, seeing the bodies of his men already stacked along the walls, the scorch marks of traitor weapons. "They will chew us apart," he whispered. "It is suicide." Callion's helm lenses narrowed. "You are soldiers of the Emperor," he said. "You were already dead the moment you set foot on this world. This is how you make that death matter." The lieutenant's gaze flicked away. "I will not order them to die like this," he said. "Not for a path that even you say leads only to the grave." A murmur ran through the remaining guardsmen. Some nodded, some just stared at their boots. One dropped his laser gun, letting it clatter. Panic's shape. Severian was elsewhere, directing Ferrum and Varro. Jorund was at the far end of the current engagement zone, holding back a wave of screaming mutants. The decision fell to Callion. He stepped forward. "In refusing a direct order in the face of the enemy," he said, "you become a liability, a contagion. Your fear spreads." He drew his bolt pistol. The lieutenant's eyes widened. "Wait," he began. Callion shot him through the head. The bolt round detonated, turning the man's skull into a spray of bone fragments and red mist. The body toppled, legs folding. The guardsmen froze. "This is your choice," Callion said, voice cutting through their shock. "Stand and die facing the foe, holding this line so that warriors who can still wound the enemy may pass. Or fall now, with a bolt through your skull, your death a mere necessary correction." He raised the pistol slightly. One by one, the guardsmen snapped to attention. They were not Astartes. They did not suddenly become fearless. Their hands still shook as they tightened grips on their weapons. Their eyes still showed white. But they turned towards the tunnel, towards the advancing mutants, and took up firing positions. Callion nodded once, holstered his pistol, and turned away. His brothers saw the act. They neither praised nor condemned. It was simply done. On the command channel, Yoren's voice cut through, harsher than usual. "Inquisitor," the space wolf snarled, "I hear what you do above. I smell the ash of loyal men you have burned. How are you any different from the traitors who waste lives for their own art?" Dreg's reply came after a moment, as though amused by the challenge. "I do not pretend there is a difference in method," he said, "only in purpose. The traitors kill to please themselves and their warped patrons. I kill to deny them their toys. Mercy has no place in this calculus, Wolf. Only results." "You speak like them," Jorund growled. "You enjoy it." "Enjoyment is irrelevant," Drake said. "If it salves your warrior's pride, tell yourself that I will be judged for my choices when I die. For now, I am what the Imperium requires. A man willing to do what others recoil from. You, Jorund Ironpelt, are what the Imperium requires in your own sphere. A beast unleashed in its defense. Do not confuse the unpleasantness of our work with betrayal." Jorund snarled, but he said nothing more. There were mutants to kill, and he killed them. The path downwards called. Lyriades' elites were closing in from above, tightening the noose. The catwalk shook more often now, not just with the engine's pulse, but with the cumulative damage of battle and the strain of the demon below. Severian studied the structure. "The routes they expect us to use will be watched," he said. "The paths they do not expect may not exist yet." He looked down. The Nexus rose from a series of concentric platforms spiraling around the central spire. Between those platforms, wraithbone struts and veins of corrupted matter crisscrossed. "Ferrum," Severian said, "can we cut through into lower levels directly?" Ferrum's lenses flicked from strut to strut. "With sufficient application of melter and explosives," the Techmarine said. "We risk destabilizing the local support matrix. Collapse is likely." "Then we move fast," Severian said. "Jorund, Callion, clear us. Space. Varro, brace. The enemy above will not be gentle when they see what we do." The Deathwatch pushed hard along a short span of catwalk, driving back the Emperor's children squads closest to them with a burst of concentrated fury. As the traitors reeled, Severian and Callion slapped melter charges along the nearest supporting struts. "Callion," Severian said, "your earlier vow, do you hold it still?" "Until my last breath," the Black Templar answered, setting the final charge. "Then be ready to prove it," Severian said. "We will not be climbing back this way." They fell back a short distance, enough to avoid the immediate blast. Severian triggered the detonators. The world blew out from under them. Wraithbone screamed as it melted. Corrupt flesh vaporized in bursts of greasy smoke. The struts buckled, then shattered. A section of the catwalk and the platform beneath it collapsed, dropping away into the depths in a roaring cascade of debris. For a heartbeat, Kill Team Moors hung on the edge. Then they jumped. They fell through a storm of falling fragments, boots striking chunks of stone and wraithbone as they plummeted. Grav chutes built into their armor flared, slowing their descent enough to keep it survivable, but not comfortable. The air whipped past, full of dust and the ozone stink of vaporized material. They hit a lower platform hard enough to crack it. The impact drove Severian to one knee. Callion rolled, coming up with shield raised. Jorund slammed down and let his momentum carry him into a skidding charge at a startled knot of homunculi waiting on that level, flattening them. Ferrum landed in a controlled crouch, mechadendrites stabbing into the floor for extra purchase. Varro came last, his landing cushioned by a brief flare of telekinetic force that almost blacked out his vision. The space they had dropped into was wrong. It was deeper within the Nexus, closer to the bound demon's prison. The rules of reality that had bent in the gardens of agony here twisted outright. Walls were not walls but reflections of other walls, angles meeting that should not, spaces folding in on themselves, only to open outward into vistas of scenes that could not fit within the physical volume. Sound did not travel straight. A whisper behind them might seem to come from ahead. The gleam of armor refracted in ways that made Kill Team Moors appear as a dozen overlapping silhouettes. Varro's skin crawled. "We have entered its domain," he said. "The palace of shattered echoes," Ferrum observed, half to himself. "The epicenter of the choir's resonance, where Siberian pushes his claws into the world." Ahead, the platform dissolved into a series of floating steps, each one a shard of wraithbone held aloft by nothing visible. They led down into a vast, central space where shadows writhed and light flickered without identifiable sources. Something moved there, not fully seen, not yet. A suggestion of a towering form made of mirror fragments and trapped screams, a weight in the warp that bent everything around it. Siberian, fighting its bonds, manifesting facet by facet in the palace that had been built as both its prison and its throne room. Severian lifted his sword. "Forward," he said, "into the heart." Kill Team Moors advanced, black silhouettes stepping down into a place where reality itself fractured, the weight of their black oath upon their shoulders and the gaze of a demon prince turning slowly towards them. The first step into the Palace of Shattered Echoes felt like stepping out of reality. The catwalk behind Kill Team Moors was gone, swallowed by the collapsing wraithbone and shrieking stone they had dropped through. Before them stretched a space that could not exist. Distances refused to stay consistent. What seemed a few dozen strides away was suddenly impossibly far, then close enough to touch. The sky, if it could be called that, was a lattice of jagged plains suspended in a void that had no up or down. Sound had become a weapon made visible. Blades of light hissed through the air, thin crescents and razor-narrow lances that looked like reflections without sources. Each one was a scream or a gunshot given form, a shard of noise so intense that the air itself had hardened around it. They hummed and whirled and clashed, throwing off splinters of pain that tinkled down like glass. Solid surfaces flickered with stolen scenes. To Severian's left, a sloping plain of mirror-bright wraithbone showed a city he did not recognize, its hive towers collapsing under a rain of violet fire. To his right, another surface rippled with the image of a Shrine World's cathedral, its spires twisting into obscene curves as void-crafted chants in a forbidden tongue rolled across it. Other panels showed trenches full of men tearing each other apart with bare hands, hands guided by whispers that were not their own. Other worlds, other wars, other places where Slaanesh fed. The palace recorded them all, replayed them, wove them into its own tapestry of echoes. Every step Kill Team Moors took sent ripples through those scenes, distorting them. Sometimes, for a heartbeat, Severian thought he saw himself on those distant fields, his black armor looming over men who were not here. "Keep moving," he said, blade held low and ready. "Do not trust anything that looks like a path unless Ferrum confirms it is not sheer void." "That is almost nothing," Ferrum replied, optical lenses ticking as he scanned. "But it is sufficient. 30 degrees to your right, Watch Captain. The wraithbone density is measurable there." They moved. The floor underfoot was a patchwork of materials. Glass that cracked but would not break, bone that flexed slightly, metal that hummed in time to some distant rhythm. Their boots left no marks. Their reflections were everywhere, skewed and fractured in endless surfaces. Then the reflections began to move differently from their owners. Ahead, the air bent. A shape unfolded from the emptiness, like a great beast dragging itself up through a frozen lake, shattering the surface as it came. Fragments of mirror and shards of trapped light swirled together, coalescing into an outline that was almost humanoid, but stretched and twisted into inhuman proportions. Sibarian manifested. The demon prince towered over them, limbs too long, torso split by fissures that showed only more reflections within. Its body was a mosaic of mirrors and frozen screams, each facet holding a different image. Some showed Kill Team Moors as they were now, helms upturned to stare. Others showed them as they might have been, Varro in robes of sorcerous purple, eyes alight with warp fire as he led a host of bound demons, Jorund with fangs like sabers, drenched in the blood of loyal men as he howled praise to a new master. Ferrum grafted entirely into a walking engine, whose altars bore the 8-pointed star. On one shining plane, Callian knelt before a twisted altar, his sword offered up to a figure of Slaanesh. On another, Severian wore armor of vivid violet and gold, his blade inscribed with the sigils he fought now to erase. Each reflection moved of its own accord, fighting battles that had never happened, making choices they had never taken. The diamond's head was a crown of jagged glass, its eyes pits of void out of which the faintest glimmer of mocking color peered. When it opened its mouth, it was not a mouth at all, but a shattering, the sound of countless panes breaking at once. "You are late," Sibarian said. The voice was not one voice. It was an overlapping mass of them, some deep, some high, some human, some absolutely not. It came from everywhere at once, from the reflections and the air, and from inside their skulls, figures stood at its feet. Lyriades had returned, his armor gleaming even in this chaos, purple and gold, plates unmarred by the filth of the palace. Beside him stalked Virel Narkist, sonic blaster humming, crest veins twitching to feed him every nuance of the space's mad acoustics. They looked very small beside their patron, but there was no trace of awe in their posture, only pride. "You see, my lord," Lyriades said, gesturing with one elegant hand. "They came, as I promised, the finest murderers the corpse god can send, and still they are too few, too slow. They worry at one world while you drink from an entire sea." Sibarian's head tilted, the facets of its body shifted. The mirror planes around them changed, the images sliding into new configurations. Severian saw sectors now, entire star maps laid out in reflected form. Systems glowed, thin lines traced between them, warp routes historians and navigators knew by rote. In each mirror, a different version of the near future played out. In one, the song from Canticle of Wounds erupted unchecked, a visible shockwave, rippling along the glowing routes. Planets winked from pale blue to sickly violet as their populations buckled. In another, the song stuttered, but still reached a handful of worlds, where PDF regiments turned their guns inward on their own people. In another, nothing seemed to change, until small icons appeared, here and there, marking the birth of new cults, seeded by whispers in the dreams of men who would never know this planet existed. "All this," Lyriades said softly, "and you fight over a few miles of wraithbone and filth. You scrape and claw in the dark while whole sectors tremble. You are irrelevant to the scale of what we do here. You are ornaments, flourishes, little stabs of dissonance that make the final chord sweeter." Virel chuckled. "Look up," the noise champion said. "See how your fleets hang in fear. Hear how your admirals stammer when Dreg orders more of their men vented like so much stale air. You think yourselves different from us. You are not. You are merely less honest." Varro's teeth ground together. He stepped forward, staff planted. Warp light gathered around him, but here it was immediately visible as swirling geometries, lines and sigils that twisted and warped under the palace's influence. "You bind entire populations into a single scream," Varro said. "You make a toy of their pain. We kill to prevent you making toys of countless more." Sibarian turned its gaze towards him. "A familiar song," the demon murmured. "You tell yourself that your killings are medicinal, that your torches cauterize. Tell me, little psyker, how many hearts did you let stop beating so that your ship might reach this place? How many men did Dreg snuff out while you were busy patting yourselves on the head for your righteous slaughter in the hives?" The air in front of Varro rippled. An echo stepped out. It was him. Not as the mirrors had shown, as some future corrupted version, but as he was now. Same armor, same staff, same scars. Only the eyes were different. They were wider, more haunted. The echo moved independently, walking a half circle around Varro. As it moved, scenes unfolded around him, forming a labyrinth of sound and light. He stood suddenly in the manufacture room, where they had first made planetfall. Only now he saw the faces of every cultist he had burned, every enthralled civilian he had reduced to ash. He heard them plead, not for their own lives, but for the children taken from them, the lives they might have had if the Imperium had not conscripted them and thrown them here as fodder. He took a step, and the scene shifted. Now he was in an underhive choked with grey slime, the aftermath of Dreg's Xenos phage strike. Men and mutants melted together in heaps. A guardsman looked up at him from within the dissolving mess, mouth opening and closing without lips. "Why did you not stop him?" the guardsman asked. "You knew what he would do. You felt it." Varro moved again, trying to ignore the voice. He came out into a plain where an army group died encircled, their last vox prayer rising, and then cut off. He saw the officer on the burning tank, saw his lips form words Varro could not quite catch before he vanished under a tide of demons. "You heard me," the officer said, appearing at Varro's shoulder, whole and unburned. "You felt me, and still you walked down instead of up." Every misstep in the psychic maze played back another death, another moment when he had chosen one path over another and condemned unseen millions. They were not lies. They were simply truths, twisted and piled atop one another until they menaced him like a collapsing wall. The echo of Varro kept pace with him, smiling sadly. "You call it duty," the echo said. "You tell yourself you have no choice, but the dead do not care for your justifications. They only know that they are dead." Varro staggered, the weight of accusation pressing in. He could feel the edges of the palace pressing at his mind, trying to push him into loops of self-recrimination that would hold him forever. He slammed the butt of his staff down. "Enough," he snarled. "You think I do not remember every decision? You think I sleep easy in my armor? I carry their faces already. You have nothing new to show me." He forced his breathing steady, shaped his thoughts into a blade, and turned them not inward but outward, driving them like a spike at the center of the labyrinth. Light shattered. The illusions screamed as they broke, the accusing figures dissolving back into shards of sound that flew apart. Varro staggered back into his own body, the echo gone, Sabarian's attention shifting away from him for the moment. Elsewhere in the palace, Jor and Ironpelt faced a different mockery. They came at him on all fours, their pelts and fetishes exaggerated to grotesque extremes. Their armor was a parody of the routs, draped in far too many. Furs, tooth necklaces hanging in such profusion that they tangled their movements. Their jaws were overlong, wolf masks fused to their faces, eyes glowing with a false, stage-light ferocity. They howled. The sound was wrong. It held no honest hunger, no true joy in the hunt. It was a recorded howl, replayed and distorted, stripped of meaning. "Pretenders," Yoren growled. The homunculus wolves leapt. Claws and blades flashed. Yoren met them like an avalanche. His frost claws scythed, cutting through their cheap armor and the overgrown musculature beneath. He ripped one apart at the waist, flinging its upper body aside. Another clamped its jaws onto his shoulder guard, teeth screeching on ceramite. He head-butted it, helm smashing muzzle, then drove his knee into its chest, bones cracking. "You wear skins you did not earn," he snarled, tearing another's pelt from its shoulders with a savage tug. "You paint runes you do not understand." He stamped one, mockery's head into paste, then wrenched free a totem from its belt, a carved wolf's head, rendered in gaudy purple and gold. "This means nothing to you," he said, crushing it in his fist. "You cannot copy honor. You cannot counterfeit Fenris." He left a trail of dismembered homunculi behind him, their pelts and fetishes scattered. For each one that died, the palace tried to raise another, a fresh mockery stepping from a mirror. Jorand killed them all, not in rage, but in a cold, methodical fury that spoke of insult taken personally. On a bridge of glass and bone suspended over a pit of raw warp fire, Callion and Lyriades crossed blades. The bridge was a narrow span, its surface perfectly smooth, its supports vanishing into the seething maelstrom below. Warp flames licked upward, colors that had no names twisting into shapes that almost suggested faces. The heat was not physical, but it burned at the soul, promising dissolution to anything that fell. Lyriades moved with effortless grace, his slender blade leaving arcs of pale light in the air. Each strike was a calligraphy stroke, every parry a brush stroke on the canvas of the duel. Callion's chainsword roared in answer, its crude mass and savage teeth utterly at odds with the elegance of the Lord Captain's weapon. They clashed, separated, clashed again. Each impact sent cracked spiderwebbing through nearby mirror planes, Shards broke away, tumbling down past the edges of the bridge. In each shard, as it fell, a different world died in miniature. A hive collapsing under plague. A forge world plunged into silence as its suns flickered out. An agri world's fields turning black overnight. "We could end all that suffering," Lyriades said conversationally, blades ringing as they met. "We could cut the song short here, let the galaxy gasp for breath. We could refuse to play." "And yet you do not," Callian grunted, forcing him back a half step. "You revel in their endings." Lyriades smiled. "Of course," he said, "because this is what they are for. Meat for art. You at least admit you are meat for war. But you pretend that makes you nobler. Your Inquisitor burns billions and calls it surgery. I do the same and call it performance. We are not different in deed, only in honesty." "You pursue pleasure for its own sake," Callian said, driving forward, the bridge ringing under his boots. "We pursue survival. That is difference enough." "You survive for what?" Lyriades asked, slipping aside from a thrust, his blade flashing in a riposte that nicked Callian's pauldron. "For more war, for more burning, for more Inquisitors who will vent loyal men to space. The Imperium is a torture device that has lost sight of its original purpose. We at least remember why we built ours." Callian's teeth clenched. "Your god is hunger made manifest," he said. "Ours is a man who chose to stand between humanity and the dark. I know which legacy I claim." He slammed his shield forward, catching Lyriades off balance, then let himself overextend, drawing a neat cut along his own thigh in order to bring his chainsword down in a wide arc that Lyriades had to throw himself back to avoid. The blade bit into the bridge instead, sending cracks racing. Lyriades laughed. "Good," he said. "Show me something ugly. Show me the brute force that keeps your rotting empire upright." Ferrum 3 Phi hung over the palace's structural core like a spider at the center of a web made of code and meat. He had found the point where the Nexus Wraithbone roots sank deepest into the palace's fabric, where corrupted Mechanicus symbols had been welded onto Eldari matrices. Cog skulls and servo bones jutted from the surfaces, their eyes glowing with warp light, chanting Benharic phrases that had been twisted into obscene parodies of proper catechisms. "Blessed be the circuit that loops forever," one croaked. "Praised be the feedback that consumes. Holy is the error that births new sensation." Ferrum's mechadendrites stabbed in, piercing through layers of blasphemous script into the logic beneath. The kill code he had unleashed earlier snarled at the edge of his awareness, chewing through paths, leaving trails of corrupted silence in its wake. The palace fought back. Blades of visible sound slashed at him, shrieking arcs that sliced through dangling cables and carved trenches in nearby stone. Warp static storms crackled around him, bursts of raw unreality that made his augmetic limbs spasm and his machine spirits howl. He moved constantly, shifting his bulk around the core, re-anchoring himself as each spot he had occupied moments before was shredded by invisible force. Pathway collapse on Strand Gamma, he voxed, more to himself than to anyone else. Rerouting kill spirit through Strand Epsilon. Additional Slaanesh protocols encountered. Purging, reinfecting, purging again. One sound blade came too close. It sheared off the tip of a mechadendrite, sending sparks and a spray of sacred oils into the air. Warning sigils flared, but Ferrum did not flinch. "Damage acceptable," he muttered. "Function remains." A flicker of static hissed in Severian's ear. "Watch, Captain," Dreg's voice came through, thin and broken, as if dragged across a bed of razors. "Signal degradation extreme, palace interference." The words warped, half of each sentence devoured by the environment. Exterminatus, begun, countdown, measured in minutes, not hours. Cyclonic torpedoes, inbound vector. No recall. Severian's hand tightened on his sword hilt. How long? He demanded, though he suspected the answer would be little more than an approximation. A handful of minutes at most, Dreg's voice replied, barely intelligible. No time, anything but success or death. Do you understand? Yes, Severian said. Then stop speaking and let us work. The link dissolved into static. Lyriades' laughter echoed up from the bridge of glass. You hear it, he called. The ticking of your own doomsday. You risk your lives to break an instrument that my patron will replace soon enough, while your own masters light the bombs beneath your feet. Severian moved along a different archway, closing slowly towards the central space where Sibarian loomed. He could feel the demon's attention settling on him now, its mirroring facets tilting to track his progress. In some of those reflections, Severian saw Dreg standing in his strategium, authorizing yet more culls. In others, he saw other inquisitors ordering worlds sterilized for lesser taints. You see, Lyriades said, you fight for a power that slaughters its own with as little thought as we give to our slaves. You are here, risking everything to prevent a song from reaching its crescendo, while in the void above you, your masters compose their own symphony of extinction. What meaning can you claim? Severian did not slow. You are correct, he said calmly. The Imperium is cruel. It burns worlds. It kills its own by the billion. It has become a machine that eats lives and calls the gristle tithes. Lyriades blinked, as though surprised by the lack of denial. Siberian's head tilted. But, Severian went on, it does so that humanity might endure one more day, one more decade, one more millennium, however long we can hold. Your god kills for no purpose beyond its own gluttony. Your cruelty is an end in itself. Ours is a tool. I do not need my masters to be clean to know which side of the blade I choose. Lyriades' smile tightened. How dull, he said. A confession of sin paired with no desire to change. You are the perfect servant of stagnation. I am a soldier, Severian said. Change is not my concern. Only that when I die, mankind still lives. That is enough. Siberian's mirrors rippled. Little warrior, the demon said, you cling to a rotting raft in a black sea and call it preferable to the ocean itself. Very well. Let us see how tightly you cling when the waves finally break. It raised an arm. The motion was slow and almost languid, but the effect was immediate. A lance of not light shot out from one of its facets, a psychic blow shaped like a whip made of shattered reflections. It struck Varro full in the chest. The librarian screamed. It was not a sound of simple pain. It was a sound of something being torn. Wards and sigils flared and failed in rapid succession. The strike did not simply bruise his mind. It reached into it, hooking into the fractures he had taken earlier, the guilt he had refused to drown in. It ripped those open, then drove a spike of Sibarian's own essence into the raw wound. Varro felt himself crack. For a moment, he was every dying guardsman on the planet, every man who had looked up at a sky full of impossible colors and known he would not see another dawn. Every conscript vented into space without explanation. Every priest obliterated mid-prayer by Drake's calculated bombardments. The link ran both ways. The shock of Sibarian's blow traveled along the lines that connected Varro to the rest of the war. For an instant, every surviving guardsman on Canticle of Wounds felt something shove into his mind. Some fell to their knees, hands clawing at their faces. Others began laughing and could not stop. A few turned their guns on themselves, or the men beside them, unable to bear the sudden, intrusive surge of alien despair and devouring hunger. In trenches and bunkers and ruined streets, pockets of madness erupted. Varro sagged, knees buckling. His soul felt flayed, its layers peeled back. He clung to consciousness by instinct, fingers digging into the haft of his staff hard enough to dent the metal. Varro, Severian voxed, voice sharp. "I still stand," Varro rasped. "Do not count me out yet." Severian laughed, the sound a storm of breaking glass. "Impressive," it said. "You do not shatter at once. Perhaps you can serve as a conduit a little longer." Severian narrowed his eyes. The demon's attention was on Varro now, its mirrors turned inwards to admire its own work. Lyriades was occupied with Callion. Virel's attention was split between the engine's throes and the shifting battle. For the briefest heartbeat, there was an opening. The palace screamed as reality bent. Blades of sound whirled. Warp fire flared in the pits below. Amid it all, Severian Tarsus lowered his helm, tightened his grip on his sword, and stepped forward, closing the final distance toward the towering form of Cyberian, with the steady, implacable tread of a man who knew that the next blow he struck might be his last, and that it did not matter, so long as it was true. In orbit above Canticle of Wounds, the sentence fell. In the launch bays of the Exterminator's cruisers, cyclonic warheads woke. Ritual seals burned away in pulses of sanctified flame. Servo arms swung into motion, hauling vast, blunt-nosed torpedoes along rails that thrummed with choked-back power. Each weapon was a cathedral of destruction, hull the length of a city block, internal chambers packed with chained reaction cores, atmosphere-cracking catalysts, and seeded nuclearities that did not care for the distinction between rock and flesh. Warning klaxons howled in the armored corridors. Crewmen knelt as they passed the arming shrines, murmuring last-minute prayers that had nothing to do with mercy. "Exterminatus ordnance, pattern cyclonic," intoned the launch magos, voice booming through the vox. "Target, Canticle of Wounds. Dispensation authorized by inquisitorial edict. May the Emperor make use of this ash." The first warhead rolled into position. Launch chambers pressurized. Void doors yawned, revealing the boiling starscape and the ruined planet below. For a heartbeat, each torpedo hung poised at the mouth of its tube. All that stored annihilation, held in check by a few ritual locks and the will of the men who had set this judgment in motion. "Firing pattern 1, came the order. The torpedoes leapt. Great tongues of caged plasma kicked them from their tubes, hurling them out and down. Their guidance systems caught the planet's warped gravity, trimmed vectors, drove them harder. They fell in a scattered pattern that, seen from a sufficient distance, would have looked almost artful, a ring of fire seeking the nodes of a song. The battleships and cruisers that had launched them turned away. Engines roared. Hulls groaned as they backed off, giving the doom they had unleashed whatever respectful distance they could. There was no fleeing what was to come. Not entirely, but a few more 100,000 kilometers might mean surviving the wash, rather than being scoured with the condemned world. On Canticle of Wounds' tortured surface, men felt the change, without knowing its source. The ground shuddered in a way that had nothing to do with Titan footfalls or artillery impacts. Pressure waves rippled through rock strata, pre-shock tremors that made mountains hum and seas slosh in their beds. In trenches and blasted plazas, guardsmen stumbled as their footing simply rolled away for a heartbeat. Mutant hordes paused mid-charge, snarling as the planet's crust gave a long, grinding sigh. In some places, fault lines simply tore open. Chasms yawned where streets had been, swallowing whole platoons in a rain of cinders and bodies. Hab blocks slid sideways as the ground beneath them sheared, their foundations ripped away. Men and women and twisted things screamed as they were crushed between grinding slabs of bedrock or hurled into the air and dashed down again. The choir engine caught all of it. Every bone snapped. Under falling masonry, every suffocated cry in collapsing tunnel networks, every final breath dragged in clogged lungs as ash storms rolled, all of it became fuel. The warp song surged as the planet's flesh convulsed. Then the kill code reached the heart. In the core of the World Choir Nexus, where Wraithbone and Slaaneshi filth met in obscene union. Ferrum 3V's scrap spirit gnawed its way into a critical loop. For a moment, nothing seemed to change. The palace of shattered echoes still screamed. Blades of visible sound still scythed. Siberian still towered, mirrors glittering. Lyriades still laughed as he traded blows with Callion over the heatless warp fire. Then, deep beneath them, something important failed to happen. A surge of power that should have flowed into a particular channel instead hit a dead end, looped, folded back. The code that had always shaped it into a harmonious addition to the greater symphony found its logic paths chewed, its instruction sets inverted. The energy coiled back along the route it had come, seeking a new outlet. Another command node tried to compensate. The scrap spirit tore that apart as well. Like rot spreading through a tree, the kill code moved from branch to branch, turning the choir engine's own reflexes against it. Where once the structure would have flexed and adjusted to maintain perfect resonance, now it overcorrected, amplifying stresses, feeding echoes back into their own sources. Parts of the warp song simply went dark. One by one, the resonant hive's contributions faltered and fell silent. Not cleanly, not with kindness. Output spiked and then collapsed in screaming feedback that burned out flesh instruments and shattered wraithbone pipes. Cultist choirs died mid-note, their throats tearing as the harmonics they had been shaping rose into ranges their bodies could not survive. In the palace, the change rolled upward like a tide. Lyriades staggered mid-parry. For so long, his senses had been his proudest tools. He had honed them beyond human levels long before he had turned his back on the Imperium, augmenting and expanding every nerve, every taste bud, every receptor, until he could hear the change in pitch of a man's breath as he mouthed a lie and feel the faint tremor of a distant battle through the soles of his boots. Now those nerves bit him. The collapsing harmonics of the choir engine poured back into its most devoted master. Lyriades' vision exploded into a million overlapping images. Every mirror in the palace showed him a different angle on his own body, his own armor, his own face, all of them fracturing at once. His hearing was suddenly a storm of jagged edges, every misshaped note from the dying engine arriving tied to the next, a cascade of errors slicing at his mind. He screamed. It was a raw, ugly sound. No poise, no purity, just pain. Virel cried out as well, hands clutching at the sides of his helm as the sonic circuits he had wired through his own flesh buzzed, overloaded. Blood sprayed from beneath his armor seals, fine mist forced through mesh by sheer pressure. Siberian felt it too. The demon prince was vast. It could weather forces that would have erased entire worlds without noticing. But the choir engine was not merely a power source to it. It was an organ, a crafted extension of its will, something it had helped build and tune over centuries of patient corruptions. To feel that organ start to devour itself was like feeling one's own ribs begin to close inward. Mirror facets cracked. Some of the demon's body planes went blank, their images snuffed out mid-scene. Others showed flashes of panic from the surface as cult leaders realized the song was no longer under their control. One plane, showing Dreg in the Strategium, flickered and went dark as the Inquisitor's image blurred into noise, the palace losing its grip on that particular echo. On the bridge of glass and bone, Callion saw Lyriades falter. The Lord Captain's perfect footwork staggered, his blade's arc wobbled. His free hand rose involuntarily towards his helm, as though to tear it off and claw at his own ears. "Do you hear it?" Callion snarled. "Your masterpiece choking on its own filth." He did not wait for an answer. He lunged. There was nothing elegant about the blow. No flourish, no fine edgework. He simply hurled himself forward behind his shield, with all the brutal force his gene-wrought frame could muster, chainsword slashing in a low, ugly diagonal. Lyriades tried to parry. His blade met Callion's halfway, but his timing was gone. The impact tore the delicate weapon from his grasp, sending it spinning away into the pit of warp fire below. Callian took the opening with a butcher's economy. He drove his chainsword straight into Lyriades' chest. Teeth screamed as they bit ceramite. For a heartbeat, the ornate breastplate held, engraving and reinforcement, deflecting some of the initial cut. Then the engine within the weapon roared harder, its adamant chain chewing through scrollwork and plating into meat. Lyriades' back arched. He looked down at the brutal blade buried to the hilt in his armor. For a heartbeat, even through the feedback tearing at his nerves, he seemed almost amused. So ugly, he gasped. So crude. Perfect enough, Callian hissed. He twisted. The chainsword tore sideways, ripping a ragged trench across Lyriades' torso. Ribs shattered, organs pulped, blood sprayed in great fans, caught by the palace's fractured light and turned into 1,000 glittering arcs. Lyriades staggered, one foot slipping on the slick glass of the bridge. His heel found only empty air. He toppled backwards, arms flailing, mouth moving in some last attempt at a clever line that never reached sound. He fell into the warp fire. The flames reached for him like eager hands, colors writhing, shapes forming. For an instant, his body held together, armor and flesh silhouetted in unnatural light. Then the fire found its way in through the rends Callian had made. Lyriades came apart. There was no dignified end, no operatic final note. His armor burst like an overripe fruit. His body disintegrated into a cloud of ash and molten metal. Whatever part of his soul had not already been tithed to his patron was snatched away, screaming into the roiling depths. Callian watched, chest heaving, chainsword dripping. "Artless enough for you," he muttered. Cybarian felt its favorite instrument die, and the loss sharpened its panic. The demon prince could not be killed by mere exterminatus. It could be banished, wounded, its anchor chains snapped, but its true essence lived in the immaterium. It had always known this. It had planned for it. If the worst came to pass, and the choir engine failed, it would simply withdraw, carrying with it as much of the Nexus structure as it could, perhaps enough to seed a lesser echo elsewhere. It started to move. The palace shivered as it gathered itself, mirrors angling, facets aligning like petals closing. Warp energy surged along the wraithbone roots, trying to tear whole segments of reality free and drag them backwards into the sea of unreality. Varro saw it through a haze of pain. His soul felt flayed. Cybarian's lash had opened wounds in him that would never close if he lived long enough to test that. Every movement, every thought, sent fresh agony lancing through him. He could feel the demon's pull tugging at his own psychic core, inviting him to simply let go, to fall into the screaming dark and be done. He planted the butt of his staff into the knot floor. "No," he whispered. He reached down, not into the warp this time, but into the wraithbone beneath. The Aeldari had built the Nexus to focus their own songs. It still remembered their shapes, their craft held. It could channel, and it could bind. Cybarion had wrapped its claws around that structure, but it did not own it outright. Varro found the old lines. He traced them with what remained of his will, overlaying them with imperial sigils, with the memory of the oaths he had just spoken beside his brothers. He forged those symbols into chains of light and drove them up through the wraithbone roots into Cybarian's mirrored limbs. The demon jerked. It had expected to drag the Nexus with it, as a man might drag a harpoon lodged in his own flesh. Instead, it found itself snagged. Chains of psychic force snapped taut around its arms, legs, torso. They were crude compared to the elegant bindings of a true exorcist, improvised in the heart of madness. But they were enough to slow it, enough to keep it here for a handful of heartbeats more. Varro felt every link as a red-hot wire running through him. Cybarian turned its focus on him fully, mirrors darkening at the edges with killing intent. "You presume?" the demon hissed. "Little mortal," little flicker. Varro grinned, lips peeled back from blood-slick teeth. "Hold still," he croaked. "The captain is coming." Severian was already moving. He had watched Lyriades fall, felt no satisfaction beyond the practical. One foe dead, many more to go. He had felt the kill codes bite, registered the faltering of the song, filed it under small victories. Now the exterminator's torpedoes were roaring towards the crust, their own timetable indifferent to his. He ran. Sound blades slashed around him, carving furrows in the shifting surfaces. Warp storms spat static that crawled across his armor. Reflections tried to trip him, showing him treacherous ground where there was none. Empty air where a bridge existed. He ignored them all. He hit the edge of the platform where Sibarian loomed and did not slow. The demon's heart lay at the center of its mosaic form, a cluster of mirrors that reflected not the palace, but something. Beyond, a black, star-pricked void, and a single, distant, pulsing point of nauseous color. It was no more a heart than the choir engine was a simple organ, but it was a focus, a knot of power. Severian lifted his sword. It was an old blade, forged before the heresy, recovered from the armory of a dead watch fortress, its history etched into its length in half-worn sigils. Its edge carried not just the blessings of 100 chaplains, but the careful, cold work of Ordo Xenos artificers, its substance laced with rare metals and warded lattices designed to bite into things that did not bleed. He drove it forward. There was no roar, no shouted battle cry, no clever line for the sagas. Severian simply planted his feet and pushed, every muscle in his body committed to one, unhurried, unstoppable thrust. The relic blade met the mirror cluster. For a heartbeat, the surface resisted like stone. Sparks flew. The palace screamed, every echo shivering. Sibarian's voice rose in, a wordless bellow that scraped the inside of Severian's skull. Then the wards along the sword's length flared. They burned bright, a lattice of symbols that seared themselves into the mirror. The glass-like material cracked. A thin line ran from point to rim, then split, branching. Shards began to flake away. Severian leaned in. The sword sank. It drove through the cracking surface, punching into the warped essence beneath. There was no physical impact to feel, but he felt something give way, like plunging a blade into tightly packed sand and suddenly finding a pocket of air. Sibarian convulsed. The chains Varro had thrown around it snapped and sang, flaring white as the demon's form spasmed. Mirrors shattered across its body, exploding outward in a blizzard of razor fragments that carried with them snatches of sound and image. Each shard was a scream frozen in crystal, a moment of war somewhere in the galaxy pressed into a tiny lethal sliver. They erupted in silence. For a heartbeat, the palace went utterly mute. No roar of the engine, no howl of warp storms, no clatter of boots or grind of armor. Even the constant background thrum of the dying planet's bones faded. Light followed. It was blinding, not in color or intensity, but in purity. A white that washed out detail, that erased shadow. For a moment, everything existed only as outlines, black silhouettes against a blank canvas. Then the world came apart. The cyclonic torpedoes hit. They punched into the vulnerable layers of Canticle of Wounds crust, burrowing deep, reaction cores spinning up. At preset depths they triggered, unleashing chained cascades of detonations that did not simply blast outward, but tore at the bonds of matter itself. Oceans flash-boiled. Seas rose as steam, vast plumes that pierced the upper atmosphere. Pressure waves propagated through the vapor, turning it into scouring fronts that flayed anything they touched. Atmospheric gases ionized, turning the sky into a burning sheet, shot through with lightning that did not follow any sane rules. Continents buckled. Tectonic plates shifted as their bindings were hammered apart. Mountain chains fell sideways. Land masses rose where there had been water. Cities, fortresses, hive ruins and shrines were simply erased, their substance converted into incandescent plasma for a few shuddering heartbeats, before cooling into a new, ruinous crust. Armies vanished. Guardsmen in trenches at the foot of towering demon engines were there one moment, screaming defiance, and gone the next. Shadows burned into stone that itself crumbled a moment later. Titans toppled like broken toys, their great legs ripped from under them by shockwaves, their reactors overloading and adding new suns to the brief, terrible sky. The Emperor's children's fortresses, their obscene towers and amphitheaters, their gardens of agony and galleries of flesh, simply ceased to be. White fury rolled through them, leaving only glassed scars where once they had stood. From orbit, the planet flared like a dying star. The ships of the Imperial fleet shuddered as the wash hit them, void shields flaring to maximal brightness, hulls creaking. In the strategium of the indomitable fury, Dreg watched as Canticle of Wounds icon on the hololith bloomed brilliant, then began to dim. Vox channels crackled. Primary objectives neutralized, a Mechanicus voice reported, its tone utterly devoid of anything resembling joy. Choir engine output has fallen to negligible levels. Warp harmonics collapsing, planetary surface integrity irrecoverable. Dreg closed his eyes for a moment. Litanies of success, he said softly. Servo choirs took up the chant, droning ancient words of victory that had been written long before any of the men in that chamber had been born. They did not mention the billions dead, the Deathwatch kill teams cut off below. They had no place for individual names. In the palace, there was no such litany, only collapse. The Exterminatus shock met the internal destruction wrought by the kill code and Severian strike in a place already frayed by demon presence. The result was not simple annihilation. It was fracture. Space folded. Wraithbone groaned as its elegant lattices tried to hold shape in the teeth of energies that had no right to exist together. Sections of the palace sheared away, drifting into nothing. Others compressed, imploding into singular points that snapped out of existence. Kill Team Moors staggered. Callion barely kept his footing on what remained of the glass bridge as segments snapped off and fell upward. Yoran found himself suddenly clinging to a wall that had become a floor at a 90-degree angle, froth-rimmed warp fire licking at the edges. Ferrum hung half-embedded in a buckling strut, mechadendrites the only thing stopping him being flung into the expanding void. Vox channels exploded with noise, then dropped to a dead hiss. "Dreg," Severian voxed, knowing even as he spoke that it was pointless. "Dreg, report." Only static answered, with faint, far-off traces of chanting layered under it, like litanies heard from the bottom of a well. If the Inquisitor heard him at all, he gave no sign. Up above, Severian and his brothers had become what Dreg had promised. Numbers in a ledger, a cost folded into a greater equation. "There is no extraction," Ferrum said, fighting to drag his bulk back towards a semi-stable surface. "The Cyclonics have compromised all possible routes." "No shit," Joran snarled, hauling himself up onto a ledge by main force. "Fucking sky is inside the walls." Chunks of mirror crashed around them, each shard showing a different scene as it spun past. The fleet pulling back, a Titan's head melting, a guardsman's last look at a world turned white. They shattered on contact with any surface, exploding into nothing. In the midst of that chaos, Varro Kaya knelt. His armor was cracked. Blood leaked from every seam. His helm lenses were dead, giving no light. He had torn the helm free earlier to better see with his mind's eye. His flesh eyes were almost entirely red, the whites drowned in burst vessels. He could feel himself coming apart. Sebarian's death scream had ripped through the chains he had forged, across his already wounded soul. The Exterminatus shock had driven that pain deeper, shaking loose pieces of him he had thought fundamental. He could let go now. He could simply relax his grip on the reality around him and fall. Let the warp take him. Let the palace collapse and the Exterminatus blast scour what remained. It would be so easy. He looked up instead. Above him, twisted and warped though it was, He saw the Nexus' shattered wraithbone spine, pieces of it still held together, threads of Eldari craft clinging stubbornly to existence even as human and demonic additions vanished. There was a fault there, a fold in the material, a place where the wraithbone's geometries bent around some long-forgotten maintenance pathway, now half-torn. It led nowhere now. It was a dead end, unless someone pushed. Varro drew in what might have been his last breath. "Severian!" he croaked over the squad vox. "To me." The watch captain fought his way across a buckling span, boots finding purchase more by instinct than sight. He reached Varro and dropped to one knee beside him, steady despite the way the world bucked. "What do you see?" Severian asked. "A door that was never meant for us," Varro said. "A maintenance fold in the Nexus' old skin. The Eldari used it to bleed off excess resonance. Now it is collapsing. If I push, I can make it open one last time, not to where it once led, to anywhere that is not here." "Will it hold?" Ferrum demanded, dragging himself closer. "Is it stable enough for transit?" Varro laughed, a wet, broken sound. "Nothing about this is stable," he said. "It is a wound in a dying organ. I can make it gape for a heartbeat, maybe two. That is all." "Is it enough?" Callian asked. "It is all there is," Severian said. Jorund limped up, one leg dragging, armor blackened along one side where warp fire had licked it. He grinned, teeth blood-stained. "Then what are you waiting for, witch?" the wolf said. "Open the fucking door!" Varro planted his staff. He reached up, not with hands, but with whatever remained of his psychic will, and seized the wraithbone fold. It was like trying to grasp a piece of molten metal with bare fingers. It bucked and twisted and burned. He hauled. The fold resisted for a heartbeat, then tore. Space yawned. It was not a portal in any clean sense, not a neat circle rimmed with light. It was a rip, a crooked gash opening in mid-air, edges ragged and bleeding pale luminosity. Beyond it lay, not the familiar cold of the void or the shrieking colors of the warp, but a blur, a smear of possibilities, desperately trying to resolve into somewhere. Varro felt the strain pull at his spine, his mind, his soul. "Go!" he snarled. "Now!" Severian did not argue. He grabbed Ferrum by one arm, Callian by a shoulder pauldron, Jorund by the wolf-tooth chain at his belt, and shoved. Power armor scraped as they stumbled, momentum carrying them into the tearing light. For a moment, they seemed to hang, half in, half out, the palace's collapsing reality tugging at their boots. Varro clenched his jaw, veins standing out on his neck, and pushed harder. The rip widened just enough. The three black-armored giants vanished into it, torn from this failing place, like bullets yanked back into their barrels. The wound began to close. Varro sagged forward, strength flooding out of him. The staff slipped from his fingers, clattering on a surface that might no longer exist in another few breaths. He could have thrown himself after them. He could have dragged his own battered form towards the shrinking gash. Instead, he put one blood-slick hand on the wraithbone beneath him, as if steadying a dying beast, and whispered a final hoarse line in a language that was neither Imperial Gothic nor Eldari, but something made between them for this one moment. The palace of shattered echoes collapsed. White swallowed him. Outside, Canticle of Wounds burned in silence, its scream caught, turned inward, eaten by its own dying heart. They came back to the void like shrapnel. For a long, flickering instant, Severian thought the rip Varro had torn in reality had killed them after all. There was only pressure and light, and a roaring in his ears that might have been the song of a dying world, or the blood rushing through his own skull. Then it was gone, and he was falling. His boots hit plated metal with a crunch. Gravity caught him. The world steadied. He was sprawled on the deck of a ship. The air stank of burned oil and ozone and old blood. Warning runes flickered on nearby bulkheads, half of them dead. Power cables hung from the ceiling like dark vines, sparking fitfully. Vigilant star, or what was left of her. He pushed himself up, armor protesting. His limbs felt heavy, as though the exterminator's blast had left ash in his veins. Static crackled in his helm. He blinked hard, clearing his lenses. Callion lay a few strides away, half buried in a tangle of ruptured cabling. The Black Templar was moving already, teeth bared, one hand groping for his chainsword out of reflex. Jorund was on his knees, one fist hammered into the deck, as if he had punched the ship itself to anchor his fall. His armor was blackened along one flank. Wolf pelts charred to stiff remnants. He shook his head like a beast ridding itself of water, blood flicking from his beard inside the helm. Ferrum 3 Phi hung half out of a torn access alcove, mechadendrites rammed deep into exposed conduits, as if he had instinctively jacked into the nearest machine spirit as soon as he had substance again. His iron mask turned slowly. Translation complete, the tech marine rasped. Unanticipated exit point. Structural integrity of host vessel compromised at extensive levels. The deck shuddered under them as if to underline the point. Severian rose fully and staggered to the nearest viewport. What he saw beyond did not look like a world. Canticle of wounds hung below the ship, a dark, scarred globe swathed in ragged bands of dirty light. There was no atmosphere now, no cloud cover, no glimmer of oceans. Its surface was a cracked shell, still glowing in places with deep, sullen red, like coals buried under ash. Vast scars ringed its circumference where tectonic plates had buckled and torn. Here and there, plumes of irradiated dust still vented slowly into space, fading into nothing. No hives, no seas, no forests, no choirs. A dead stone, slowly cooling in the dark. Severian watched it for a long heartbeat, listening to the muted groan of Vigilant Star's wounded hull, and then turned away. The work was done. The cost was not his to tally, not alone. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. They were not the measured, heavy tread of Astartes. They were quicker, lighter, yet still purposeful. A cluster of figures approached, their outlines resolving through the half-dark into a knot of storm-coated agents and hooded adepts, flanked by void-armored armsmen. At their center walked Inquisitor Malchior Drake. He seemed almost untouched by the battle that had burned a world. His coat was unscorched, his armor's purity seals unblackened. The gaunt cast of his features was as severe as ever, a few fresh lines at the corners of his eyes the only concession to strain. His rosette hung at his breast, a small weighty thing that outweighed every life in this system. "Watch, Captain," Drake said, inclining his head the barest fraction. "You live." "For the moment," Severian answered. Callion and Jorund moved to stand beside him, black silhouettes against the gloom. Ferrum tore his mechadendrites free from the open conduits and clanked closer, the sparks behind him dying as the ship's wounded systems settled into a grudging equilibrium. Dreg's gaze flicked over them, counting. "No sign of Librarian Varro," he observed. "Varro is dead," Severian said. "He held the demon long enough for the killing stroke and tore a path for us when the palace collapsed. Without him, the engine would still sing, or we would be ash alongside it." "A usable death," Drake said. "Noted." He turned half away, gesturing to one of his adepts. "Data," he said. The hooded figure stepped forward, servo skulls bobbing around him like pale flies. He extended a cable cluster towards Ferrum, who regarded it for a heartbeat, then bared a socket in his armor and accepted the link. Streams of Binharik flowed. "Full recording of the Nexus assault," Dreg said. "All sensorium, all helm feeds. I want every scrap of data on the choir engine's architecture, on the Aeldari substrate, on the demon's manifestations. Schemata of this magnitude do not simply vanish with their first use." There will be echoes. We must be ready to recognize them. You have your records, Ferrum said. What is left of them? Good, Drake said. The Nexus is offline. The warp harmonics have collapsed. The threat vector is neutralized. He did not look at the viewport. He did not spare Canticle's ruined shell a glance. Shipmaster, the Inquisitor called, his voice carrying down to the bridge pits. Prepare for departure. This system is finished. There are other fires to watch. His attention returned to Severian. The Deathwatch have my thanks, he said. Formal accolades will be appended to your chapter files where appropriate. In addition, I will ensure that requisition channels remain open to your watch fortress. Armory coffers have a way of opening for those whose work is fresh in the minds of the Lord's militant. There were other kill teams, Severian said, on other hives. Do you have any word of survivors? Drake's expression did not change. Some, he said. Most did not return. They died doing what you did. If they succeeded, their deaths were worthwhile. If they did not, their deaths are still useful as data points. The calculus remains consistent. He drew a slim data slate from within his coat and held it out. Severian took it, the device dwarfed in his gauntlet. Final after action, Drake said. You will review and countersign as senior surviving Deathwatch officer present. Severian thumbed the slate active. Lines of script marched across the screen in cold, thin font. He skimmed. Total projected Imperial casualties within the Canticle Theater, including Guard, Navy, Skitarii, Titan, crews, civilian populations, auxiliaries, and attached assets. A number too large to fit comfortably on a single line, even when rendered in compact notation. Hundreds of billions spelled out in neat script. Entire Titan legios listed as lost in action. Multiple Navy battle groups rendered combat ineffective or annihilated. Dozens of regiments marked as expended. Kill teams named, then tagged with a single word, missing. Confirmed dead. Status unknown. All of it summed up beneath in a single phrase. Acceptable losses in the achievement of strategic objective. Severian felt the words settle on his shoulders like an invisible weight. He saw again the faces of the guardsmen Callian had compelled at gunpoint. The officer on the burning tank. The drowned eyes of the men melted by Drake's phage drops. The world of Canticle itself before the fall, flickering ghosts from Varro's visions. An Aeldari garden, then a choir world of obscene repute. He scrolled down. A line near the bottom caught his eye. Librarian Varro Kaya, Deathwatch, formerly of an unnamed chapter. Status, killed in action. Notes, held demon entity, designated Sibarian long enough to allow neutralization attempt. Sacrifice self to permit partial extraction of kill team Moors from target nexus. Recommended, posthumous citation at Ordo discretion. That was all. A few words. A line break. Then the list moved on to torpedo yields and warp field fluctuations. Severian's hand tightened on the slate until the casing creaked. Callian watched him, helm tilted slightly. You will sign, the Black Templar said quietly, on a private Vox band. Yes, Severian answered. He dragged his thumb to the signature field and marked it in the old formal script that had followed him from his home chapter to this black, nameless brotherhood. Not because he agreed with every word, not because the phrase acceptable losses sat comfortably on his tongue. He signed because Drake was correct about one thing. The ledger would be written whether Severian approved or not. His refusal would not resurrect a single soul. His assent would not kill anyone who was not already dead. His signature simply fixed the truth, that Deathwatch had done its work here, and that the Imperium had paid what it chose to pay. He handed the slate back. Drag nodded once, slid it away, and turned to speak with his adepts about the sealing of certain archives, the routing of forbidden schemata to specific vaults. Later, when the ship had lurched into a new course, and canticle of wounds was dwindling behind them, the Deathwatch gathered. The chamber they chose was small by the standards of Astartes, a side chapel off one of the Vigilant Star's shrines. Its walls were bare stone, engraved with the sigils of 100 chapters, their colors darkened beneath the black of Deathwatch heraldry. Candles burned in niches, their flames steady despite the slight tremor of the damaged hull. An empty armor stand stood at the room's center. Upon it sat Varro's helm and pauldron, recovered from the palace's collapsing remnants by scrap spirits Ferrum had coaxed through the dying warp storm. Their paint was scorched, the librarius blue cracked, the silver Deathwatch arm blackened. The eye lenses were dead. Severian stood at the foot of the stand, hands resting on the pommel of his sheathed sword. Around him, brothers from other kill teams who had managed to claw their way back through collapsing tunnels and shattered void ships lined the walls. Black armor crowded the little chapel, silver arms gleaming dully in candlelight. No one spoke. There was no official right for a Deathwatch librarian whose soul had knowingly drawn on forbidden sign work, who had torn open a warp wound to hurl his brothers to safety at the cost of his own damnation. The Codex did not contain a neat prayer for that, so they stole from everywhere. A space wolf murmured a line in his own tongue about the last hunt. A Black Templar whispered a vow against witchcraft, even as he bowed his head before the empty armor. An ultramarine from another kill team recited a fragment from his chapter's roll of honor. A silent, dark angel simply watched, green eyes cold and unblinking. Ferrum intoned binary, a soft stream of Binharik that wrapped around the room like a second, harsher litany, praising function, noting sacrifice as a datum of worth. Severian said nothing. He let the silence itself be the eulogy, the weight of their presence, the fact that dozens of chapter colors had come together to stand before one empty stand. The Inquisition would remember Varro as a footnote. The Deathwatch would remember him as the man who chained a demon in its own heart and ripped a hole in the world to throw his brothers through. When the candles finally guttered and died, they left the helm and pauldron on the stand and filed out, one by one. No names were carved, no statue was raised. The armor was memorial enough. Far away, in a place where directions had no meaning, something laughed. The warp had not been untouched by Canticle's death. The shock of the choir engine's collapse and the exterminatus blast had torn a jagged wound through the currents, a screaming scar that would take millennia to fade. Debris drifted in that wound, not stone or metal, memory, pattern. A cluster of reflective shards spun there, each one showing a different scene in miniature. Some were blank, their images erased by the blow Severian had driven home. Others still flickered with broken pictures of amphitheaters, of sonic storms, of a demon's broken smile. Sibarion was gone in the sense that a man is gone when his body is pulped and burned. But gods and their chosen did not die as mortals did. Pieces remained, a thought here, a hunger there, enough for something to cling to. A tattered shape drifted past, carried by the current. Virel Narcist was not what he had been. Half his armor was missing. One arm ended in a stump of twisted flesh and fractured circuitry. The side of his helm, where one of his sensor crests had been, was simply gone, exposing a ruin of bone and augmetic interface. His internal instruments had all but burnt out under the feedback. He laughed anyway. The sound was thin, a ragged shadow of the rich, layered chuckle he had once produced. It still carried a certain delight. "Did you hear it?" he murmured to no one, and to something. "Did you taste it? A world cut off mid-song, beautiful in its own way." One of the reflective shards drifted closer, its surface showing for a moment the image of Severian driving his blade into Siberian's heart. Virel reached out with his remaining hand and touched it, fingers leaving a smear of blood and warp glow on the glass. "We will compose again," he whispered. with fewer resources perhaps, a smaller stage, but the galaxy is full of instruments, full of throats to pluck, full of inquisitors who think themselves composers. The shard shivered. For a heartbeat, the distant, fragmented awareness within it stirred, as if some small remnant of the demon's mind acknowledged him. Then it drifted on, bearing with it the faintest echo of a future discord. Back aboard the Vigilant Star, Dreg sat alone in a secure chamber deep within the ship, the walls lined with leaded wards and inquisitorial sigils. He flicked through data slates with clinical precision, eyes scanning lines of forbidden notation, records of xenophage deployments, schematics of the kill spirit Ferrum had unleashed, Varro's manifestations of outlawed psychic techniques, cross-references to old edicts and their conditions of exception. One by one, he marked them for transfer, under seal to vaults only his peers could open, hidden behind classification ciphers that might as well have been tombstones. He did not do it out of shame. He did it because tools were most effective, when held by few hands, because the Imperium's record keepers loved to tidy sins into neat columns, and he did not wish anyone with a lesser grasp of necessity to stumble across a recipe and decide to repeat it for lesser reasons. If another world sang as Canticle had sung, he would need these measures again. Better they were locked where he knew to find them. He pressed his thumb to a final slate, authorizing the seal. Somewhere in the bowels of the ship, a cogitator clicked, taking those records out of common reach. Dreg exhaled slowly. In the privacy of the warded room, with no agents to watch, no admirals or captains to impress, he allowed himself a moment of simple, exhausted awareness of what he had done. He saw the numbers again, the hundreds of billions, the lost legios, the dead kill teams. He weighed them against a galaxy that had not yet fallen wholly silent under a demon's song. The scales were ugly. The balance still favored survival by a margin as thin as a knife's edge. He rose. There would be no absolution. Not for him, not for the men he had ordered vented, nor for the Deathwatch who had cut their way through the palace's heart. In another war, on another day, some other Inquisitor might look back on this one and decide his methods had stepped too far. That was a judgment for the future. His metric remained what it had always been. The Nexus is dead. The song is stopped. For today, that is enough. Far below, the dead planet turned. Imperial beacons burned in orbit, their machine spirits intoning endless warnings. They whispered over astropathic channels, their messages blunt and simple. This system is prescribed. This world is ash. Approach means death. No pilgrim would ever kneel on the soil that had once been an Aeldari garden. No cultist would ever raise a shrine on the broken rocks. No titan would ever stride those ruined plains again. In the warp, the echoes of Canticle's final notes still shimmered. Faint, distorted, barely more than a background hiss. They rippled along old paths, brushed the edges of other wars, made a few sensitive souls shiver without knowing why. Eventually they would fade entirely, swallowed by the greater howl of the age. Until then, they reminded anyone who could hear that. In the eternal struggle between the Imperium and Chaos, there was no gentleness on either side. One reveled in torment for its own sake. The other inflicted it in the name of survival. In the end, worlds died the same way, cracked stone cooling in the dark, their stories reduced to numbers in someone's report and to half-remembered songs in the howling sea between the stars.